You notice anything different? I fine-tuned the mouth rigging on this one. So now I can do like the This one's usually really stiff. I still can't do O. That's the closest I can do to an O. Oh. Hi! Hello. I like how I could do the lip curl thing though. Pretty good, right? I could look at you like, Suika model is fun. I just don't use her very often. I've been really favoring the twin tails, but she doesn't look as mature as I should. I guess I could look as mature as I want. I'm eternally an anime girl after all. The benefit of being an internet angel. I can look like whatever the fuck I feel like. We're in the banger's blanket. And we are playing Katawa Shoujo, and this trippy effect is over top of it. I can keep it over top. Usually it's in the background. Do we like the trippy effect? I don't know, that's kind of cool. I'm literally playing Katawa Shoujo right now through Shizune path. I don't know what path I'm taking, I'm just playing the game. And we're just gonna live with the consequences. Just like I did with Katawa Shoujo. Or not Katawa Shoujo. That's what I'm playing right now. Just like I did with Iwaihime. Yep. Free Hogwarts Legacy. I've never cared for Harry Potter anything, personally. Like, I was like 16 when that came out and it was for babies, so I just didn't care. You guys have to realize I'm old and Harry Potter's for babies. And you're baby. It's okay if you're the target audience. I don't judge you for being the target audience for Harry Potter. Clown man. Explains a lot, actually. It's like Minecraft, okay? I just have no attachment or interest. I understand the LGBT hate Harry Potter. I don't know what that's all about. But it's still nerd stuff. I mean, Lord of the Rings too. I just never got into that. Like, I've seen the Harry Potter movies. I've seen Lord of the Rings. I go out of my way to rewatch them? No. If I'm like, I have 8 hours to kill, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna watch a shit ton of Takashi Miike. I'm not gonna watch fucking Lord of the Rings. That's bullshit. Do we like the trippy effect? A trippy liquid. Anyway, hi George. Hi Clown. Hi shit ass. Hi Kaios Carl. Hi. Anyone else out there? Oh, Meerkat's here. What's up, dog? Bacon. Hello. Hi, hello. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Trippy, drippy. I got that drip. Okay. But yeah, there are technically paths I could take, but I've just been, you know, full send. Full fucking send. And it's the Canadian way to just dive head first. See that one save file? I'm a masochist. The classroom closest to ours are dedicated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as much. Let me know how the sound quality is and all that. I carefully push up the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, and it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desk chairs are all over the room, and a thin layer of dust has settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. There's a Kenji ending. I would be so pleased to get that. I love Kenji. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Hello? Anybody home? Something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting at a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. This is an odd way of dining. It seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. Hey, Joey. You're just getting started. How did I miss her before? She was sitting in the corner, very still. Somehow, took her as a part of the furniture, or maybe a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today, as a whole. Why is this thing fucking stop shifting? Sorry, I'm figuring it out. My camera stand is getting loose. I think I stripped the screws. I tightened it too much. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept a fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remember that I didn't finish my sentence, trying to think if I should. Weird stalemate between us keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated by the wall's clock, ticking rhythmically. I'm warming up. Hello. Girl stuffs a fork full of food in her mouth and is now staring at me unexpectedly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here for the festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone else. Well, there isn't. That's why I come here too. She picked up another forkful. Oh. Doesn't that mean you're here, then? She raises her eyebrows as if she's suspecting my observation to be false. Huh? You're pretty observant. Well, I guess it does. Who are you? The girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai. Hisao Nakai. I just transferred on Monday. Huh. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka! I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. Yep. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me, joking about these matters that don't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate or whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Aww. Can I, continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are in the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then, huh? There's no real word for the meal you eat after lunch, but before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, you know. But I don't really know what I would say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now. And my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rince once again picks up the fork between her toes with at least as much impoliteness. With at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. Yeah? So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Well, like I said, I was told to look for these things. Hi, Katan. Oh, no, the school. From outside, you look fine, so like, you know, what's your problem? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth, but not getting a word out. Hi, Bangies. Meow. I guess, I can guess, you know, I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question. Or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which one I would have done. I froze in front of the issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making an issue of this was a part of the social code here, you know, as the teacher said. I wonder if people here could relate, though. Probably not any better than any other normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer could be written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face out from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head. And something in your guts would be boringly ordinary. Just like this lunch of mine. And less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. What did you say about my peanuts? I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. Oh, so I was right! There's something wrong in your pants. Still partially in shock, but recognizing that I need to reply something, I spit out the first thing that I could think of. No, it's nothing like that. I have heart problems, arrhythmia. I said it. More like just blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been a lot more scandalous. What is with this reaction? Well, I'm sorry to let you down. Well, I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? Oh yeah, with people with different problems. Is the music too loud? Nobody's telling me anything about the audio, so I'm assuming it's fine. So you just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch, and the conversation dies away. And I keep thinking about what was said. For the first time, I told anyone about my condition. Okay, well, tell me that, please. Because it goes from muted to, like, music super loud, and I don't know I don't know how to level it as it happens. So if the music is, because like it's also really uneven. So if the music comes in too loud, I'd like to know. I can adjust it live, please and thank you. Please and thanks you. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known it already or just heard about it from somebody else. I didn't need to know about it, or didn't even need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Yes, thank you, George. Should I have told it as a part of nature of introduction, a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me here? Hi, I'm Asao, and I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself now? As if our disabilities define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has a natural interest in these things. Blah, 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 blah. As I walk back to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens up to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair, a burnt auburn, almost orange and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with those arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms makes her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty except for the murky green eyes that flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within the deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would who has arms. Why would you say that about her? However, I can see how the sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and the shelves for Misha's things. But after enough time passes, the silence grows a little too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone this late, or do you get an occasional visitor? Huh? Visitors? Maybe you're the first occasional visitor. I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof, but if she's not horsing around. Horsing. She likes to do sports. Oh, it's the girl with the missing legs. Oh, the missing arm girl and the missing leg girl are besties. Well, that's all I think of that I can say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin's fork takes the last bit of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul and double-check with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. That's the first thing on the list! I think I have all my things now. Well, that's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay, you know. I was just about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch Go Sleeping. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Well, even if I did, I still have to get going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at a point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Well, fine. Then I'm Hisao. Then you are. Why is she like this? She's like super silly or just dead ass serious. She looks at me with hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's not actually looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times. And I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere.
See you later, Hisao.
There's something about that tiny smile on her face. Maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that!
What is here?
I jumped at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I hadn't heard approaching despite being completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten the jumping distance from me without even making a sound. Fucking creepy! It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about the global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Shizune is standing slightly behind Misha, looking aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention. But Misha's visibly excited.
No! Wait, more importantly, who's even in there? There's no club meetings today.
She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway.
What are you doing here? You took too long, and we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hee-chan.
She wags her finger at me scoldingly.
I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you're tardy.
Sorry. Well, I got the things in there. I was just gonna bring them to you.
I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder.
Misha signed something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her ear a couple of times.
Huh?
Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and through the door into the classroom. I just left. I could only imagine the shock she was experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of a daring to deface the school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place, apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders, suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just makes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, slams the door shut, furiously signing at Misha. That's her signing noises. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it's somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on top of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas for the reasons of my tardiness.
Hello?
Rin's voice is coming from the other side of the door. It takes a few eye blinks to realize that she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us, half interested and half sleepy-faced.
Hello? Miss Tezuka, what do you think you're doing? You're absolutely not permitted to use such school property for such a disgraceful activity.
I'm sure it's sure pretty crowded out here. I didn't know I was this popular. Well, it's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy at this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune/Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs.
Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival?
Rin looks at them blankly. I keep wondering that about that too.
Well, and?
Well, think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns an unsatisfied frown.
Miss Tezuka, please try to take this more seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it.
Rin nods assertively.
Well, we'll think more seriously.
Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't. Not even after translation. She is serious business. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo.
How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. End of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but like more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to the unforeseen future. Well, I'm about to ask what project she was working on and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walked back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you mind giving me a hand? Well, this paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I'm gonna need it. She kicks the slightly huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting/sleeping on. Yeah, she's funny. She's like, she goes from deadpan to telling like dad jokes mid-sentence. It's really silly. I hope I can capture her silliness. It let out a dull clang. Being the gentleman that I am, though, I naturally pick it up. Oh, a supreme gentleman. Hit the milady. It's heavy. Yeah, sure. Where do you need me to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off in the hallway, me and the paint can following, since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty, with Shizune and Misha gone. So we too leave towards the stairwell at the end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to the other because of the thin handle. It's cutting into my palm. Well, at least it keeps my arm from tiring too fast this way. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I just can't figure out which. I get caught up in that shit all the time, dude. I hate being in public and walking in crowds specifically. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Oh, Mr. Nakai. What a happy coincidence. Tezuka too. Of course. He nods courteously towards Rin, who doesn't really acknowledge him back, and then turns to me, because obviously it's me who he has some business with. Well, there's something I forgot to mention to you on Monday. Coffee sip. Okay. I nod and wave impassively, because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin does not make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. What's about your medication? Since you haven't been that long on your current medication, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will have to do a few tests regularly, and what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, okay? If you get what I mean. Nausea, headaches, anything like that, Come see me if it happens. Alright. So how are you, You're fine? Everything fine? I give up and I drop the can on the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my bicep can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, but not so much for a school. Everyone seems to be so concerned about that. But it's a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. Well, at least that's the feeling that I'm getting. This is not the kind of school that you get transfer students to often. The thought sends a shiver up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. Well, that's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you have neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you've taken up exercising like I asked. Well, of course I haven't. But his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off at the track since day one. You have people spying on me? Not as much. I just so happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here. So, don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as exercise. I pick up the can up and down a few times, like a sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down my arms so painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second and comes back just like it was never gone. Jessica, would you give us a second? Oh, I'm in trouble. The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't really need in the first place, and he drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand if you're still on your first week and all, but please do not ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down on you so hard is that the habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, just like dieting. You can promise me to be more serious from this now on? Is there an ending where I die of a heart attack? I'll be good. Yes, I promise, definitely. He studies me for a moment, then shrugs and smiles again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who'll probably have no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. Bye, King. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer. And I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly, leaning against the wall, staring at the pale light fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't really move her eyes off of them. You're getting medication for your little heart thingy? Were you listening? Oh, well. Comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her or something. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her and I don't really know her. It's none of her business. Nurse seemed happily ignorant about confidentiality, too. Talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin's just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird. I don't know why it's so hard for me. I feel like it's just an inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer. She neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. Aw, cute, she's autistic. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all of this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted out my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onward towards her dorm. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built slightly elevated on the ground with a wall with a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall is made out of some sort of brick, as if the building itself has been covered in some sort of painting. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but something looks a bit more finished. There were human faces, hands, and legs, but I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. The stack of what seems like paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground besides the wall. See, if the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, you know? So I gave up and went to meditate instead. And then suddenly, it was the morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class who are helping me with the negative space and the base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there were a lot of people, you know, with hands. The reach is better, and it's so much faster too. She goes on a tangent, waving a little with her arms or whatever there is actually there to demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeves just flap around. It makes me think it could look sadder than it actually does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student spaces, special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she's lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there's something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late, and then all hope is lost, you know? Why would all hope be lost? Well, because the paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over again with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she's made some sort of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. Just give me a second. I have to adjust my hot water bottle. My chair's really squeaky. I think that's what she's kind of getting at, is she wants my help. I think it's best to start from the top. So this is your project. You did this? Yeah. Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I walked straight into a minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay. You can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say. If anything, it feels like I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. I'm a snowflake. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See? I'm an easy person to talk to, right? I do it with my feet. Well, I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing, but I don't really think it is. Maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she is at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Ugh, my neck just cracked like crazy. That was my elbow. It's cracking ASMR. Oh man. I hate having bonitis. I should go to this school because I have bonitis. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid that it'll look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looked like in dim light too. Do you think it's flat? Yeah, well, paintings tend to be flat, you know? I mean, not like flat, you know? Flat. Like, some people are, you know? No substance, no meat. Where there should be some. I know a few girls who... Okay, I get it. Well, I think she was talking about tits. She's like, I know a few girls who are flat. And then he's like, okay, I get it. No, tell me about the flat titties. I couldn't really tell, I guess. I'm not really good with art. I can't name many artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders as if to say, suit yourself. Without saying anything, she looks up to the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to go to the I wanted to get a halogen lamp, like the ones that they have at the sports tracks, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Hands mentioned. Why not? I'm not really sure if I could be any help, though. Well, you know, mixing some paints, you can do that, probably. You do have motor control problems? Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, other people who have some? Cerebral palsy or something? Not that I know of. Well, I get it. Heart thingies don't do nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. Look at how smug she is. The fuck? Hi, Party Row. We're just reading stories. No, it doesn't. Well, let's do it then. She sits on the empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her right foot. I open a few cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the can into the bowl, like syrup. I mix them, creating a funny hypnotic-looking swirl pattern melting into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me to hand her something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she's even satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Just add a half a splash of green. I crouch down and pick up a can of bright green. The other green! This green! I carefully pour some of the other green into the mixing bowl. No! That's a whole splash more! Add more white! Is the green a good color to add? No idea! You're the artist here, please! Oh, a hint of a smile appears on the corner of her mouth. You lack an opinion? No, I just have no ideas. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With an exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. It's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw something in the meaning of your dream, but I can't really remember. Maybe it's a yellow? Despite the impossibility of the mixing the color that changes the seasons or any other nonsense being imposed onto me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing the painting being born on the plastered wall feels kind of like magic. I spend most moments I have between mixing paints, crouching down on the paving and looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't really seem to mind it one bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works on the details, adding layers of paint on top of the other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. Even those short discussions soon evolve into shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu codes for the various paint hues. As if there was some need to conserve words, breaths, and sounds. It's nighttime. Fortnight. It's nighttime. We stay here. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. We don't got any of those halogen lights. Katawa Shoujo. We have reached another chapter. It's the weekend! The sound of the alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber into an unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blankets for a few moments, gathering energy to rise up and making excuses as for why I already haven't. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after the long pause, and the culture shock still hasn't faded, I think. Hi, Poopé. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they're going to let me get away with that easily. Blah, blah, blah. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with all this talk of exercise as well. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempt from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't really get issued a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. After all, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape along with all what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back into something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present on the track. I can hear her little springy feet. Not just that, it's a face that I've seen before. The prosthetic leg girl that pulled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, like a half mechanical gazelle. Is that really necessary? What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember it. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track floor. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's some kind akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog like he is oppressing me. Certainly, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and his prompting me to do so. It's Emmy! And even with things being like that the way they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems like my former assailant noticed me. On her last lap, she waves at me cheerfully and jogs on over. Good morning! Your name's Hikawa, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remembered my name. You may not remember me. Emmy? I knocked you over on the hallway yesterday. How could I forget a blunt introduction? Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before she starts giggling. Yeah, sorry about that again. Well, as long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose it'll be fine. Great! I'm not sure if she realizes I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about was actually you? That's right. Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be completely honest. What, you're saying that I don't look like I could be a spy? No, it's more like a relief. I was afraid that he would have somebody watch my every move. Unless you're here to do exactly that. Oh no, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks kind of lost around the track. So, why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Training! For what? Track! Oh, I see. So you're on the track team then? Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the best runners too! And really modest about it. Hey, you should join up. It's really good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure that I could really run that much. Plus, I'm not too into organized sports, you know? It's true. I never really even got that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that was really the only reason why I ever played it. It wasn't for the glory or to be found on the field, that was to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organization thing, huh? But now that you're here, I guess we're gonna run together. Wait, sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you gonna do a warm-up? Real men don't warm up. Ugh. Oh no, you should really warm up. Bad, he's out. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. Heck, I don't even like stretching my legs. As she confirms her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem quite elastic. Let's go! We both take off down the track, and I immediately see why she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with some sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating on more running properly. Hands spread, right? And something about hitting the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I'm trying to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently, I'm not really good at this. Maybe Emmy could help me with it sometime? I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today. And slow to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice that I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. You finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah, I'm in a really good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, it's important that you got started though, right? Next time, you just have to try to hold out a little longer, and then longer, and then longer, and then eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now, I gotta go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcerned. Nah, I got plenty of time. I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I gotta finish my routine. See you later, Hiso. Yeah. See ya. I'm not sure whether the morning's experiment was a success or a failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect or something like that. It's nice to at least feel like I've taken some sort of semblance of control over my own health. I have to keep this up. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting back to school and the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears through the mist looming, radiating malicious intent. I burst into the fog. Guys, if I click this button, is Kenji gonna have his dick out? He looks naked. Kenji looks naked. Is Kenji gonna be naked? Tell me now. Tell me now. Does anyone get naked in this game? Okay. He's got a little leaf. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah, I want to see his dick.
Sup? What are you doing in here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but I hold my tongue back a little. I finally realize that I'm still naked too. I quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't really seem to notice anything. His glasses are all fogged up. And why doesn't he wipe them off? His vision is so bad, he's likely perpetually seeing through fog anyway. You know, your room and yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, hey, I still had to get up though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money?
He puts on an innocent face and looks away very hard, trying to look casual. It doesn't work. It is transparent as his window pane sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, it feels so awkward. You can't talk to your bros in the locker room like they're not your bro, dude. You gotta just, like, it's really gay that he can't just ignore the fact that his dick's out. You know, that's weird. That's gay to Hisao. He's gay behaving. Actually, it's somehow more not awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. To say nothing of the fact that he is naked as well. Yeah, he did not need to take off his clothes to come in here. It's a public bathroom. I try to brush off the feeling, but with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome! Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I have goodwill not to run through your pockets while you're in the shower? I mean, I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, is it the thought that counts? You know, come on, pal. Come on. That makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I would probably withhold payment entirely, since his thought was to clearly and impure. His thoughts were so clearly impure, and his intentions are probably even more sinister, since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man. But if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, okay? And I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. Yeah, Hisao, if you're broke, you can just say that. I get some of that pizza too, right?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class, you know? You don't have time to eat pizza.
Well, what about you?
I'm not going to class. I have a pizza to wait for to pay the guy. And then I gotta eat it. It's not easy, you know. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you. And the pizza, oh, they'll ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece, you know. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance, so that when the people who wrong me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant.
They're so lucky he doesn't want to shoot up this school.
Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I'm gonna need like 400 yen. Please, you're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza, it's too far! I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. I was like standing, maybe wondering how I even got there. And then out of nowhere, it happened.
God, this guy's awesome.
Like a flash of lightning splitting through the sky, and how you split a sandwich with 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life.
Who out here has been shit on by a bird? Because I have. Like, dead ass. I was in like the 4th grade. It was recess. I was talking to my school bully and I was just starting to get my upper hand. And then I got shat on by a bird mid-sentence. Devastating stuff. I still have not recovered. And then I was just shithead for the entire rest of 4th grade. People would just call me shithead. That's my random childhood trauma dump. It was a seagull. Fucking seagulls. And what was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and just shake him. Is he trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that. Even if it is more likely he just didn't hear me. And it was like in the openings of some kind of anime show, you know? How there's always that part where the main dude has to fight a rival and then fly at each other and then clash with swords and there's like a big dramatic colored aura and then like a zoom, and it was like that, but with shit. Oh, okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging. I only need like 1,000 yen. He said 400. What do you mean? I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. Well, you better. That's what it means to borrow. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Discord wail of despair. Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow, a particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. Is he hard right now? Why is he... What do you mean his baton is conducting freely? His pickle is swanging in the wind. He's big dick dangling. Yeah, just borrow it from someone else. You saw why you're looking there. No, I'm not looking there. What do you mean? That's gay. I wouldn't do that. Okay. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in arms, you know? Man, men have it bad enough as it is. Didn't you know that the male porn stars only make about as half as the female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star. You know, on the side, struggling to make ends meet. And then I fight the feminist agenda. And you can't even spot me your crumbs, you fucking bastard. Nobody understands me, nobody. Wouldn't the feminists be against pornography in the first place? This feminist agenda stuff again? Stuff's important, okay? I can see that you don't give a shit. But this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake. You take them lightly, you'll wake up the next morning with a knife in your back, bam, out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning with somebody stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things, okay? I thought you said you don't take them lightly. Well, I mean, I don't take them lightly for big things. Individually, they're not that much of a threat, you know? But if there was some kind of war, like a big war with men on one side and feminist forces on the other side, it would get pretty ugly. That day will come when the feminists come out of their central top secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers!" You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarter building. Where would they even be able to hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You can just hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in the mirror so I could figure out what kind of frown would best express my emotions. He can't seem to see me at this distance anyway. Which unfortunately means he's just kept ranting without any regard or sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on. A war not many know about, but it's a great one. And that one day it'll boil over and encompass all of the known world. And then we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it, a bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without an end.
I almost gave up. When I thought the cause was silly. When I grew tired of the bleakness of my fight. When I mistook the time of the power when it went out for a feminist raid and then thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I give up, then it would be all over. And then I was like, whoa. And then I had to get serious because, I'm the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom to another naked guy. So can I have the money? He blocked the way out of the door. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks, dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There's almost no women bowlers either, making it the manliest sport. Should I wear a pink bowling shirt to match the shoes, or the pastel... Wait, should I wear my pink bowling shirt to match the shoes, or my pastel green with the flower accents? So manly. There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you better pay me back. Oh, I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have time to ask or elaborate on what that means. I don't know, I have to get to class and you're kind of in my way. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up. I got some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that, you know. Okay, anyway, the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out. I was just going to. Anyway, what does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So, I have to be alone or I can't go, you know. The pressure. Okay, but what if somebody else comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practice frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected into his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't really see. Anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though that eternity has passed since I had woken up. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. But right now I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer time with that Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts to make me feel very tired. Ugh, I gotta move again. Yeah. I blacked out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize it's good reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class this early. So early later. Blah, 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 blah. Eventually, I hear tapping noises outside in the hallway. It's Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class. She must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako? Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant as if she was a vampire who couldn't come in unless she was invited. Considered doing so because she looked rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord after straightening her skirt and collar as if it was some sort of importance for her to look prim when entering our classroom. Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might have unnerved her because of her blindness, so I break it. Good morning, Lily. Hisao, I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely. If I were to tell it too big of a lie now, it would sink me. Yeah, I was already here and just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today, by any chance? She seems to come in only after the bell rings. Or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think there are only 2 people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on the way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. Oh, you're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should be doing? Punctuality is a good thing. I think so anyway. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event registration, budget reports, and other financial official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that's why it's so quiet here today. Huh? Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune, as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hee-chan! Hey? Look! It's the class representative! Hello! Lily smiles, probably assumed by Misha's or Shizune's use of word, look. Good morning. Of course, you're not the representative of this class. Right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realized that Lily might actually know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is, to know who she's talking to. For all she knows, she could be talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one who actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I'd decide to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. Oh. You're here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true, I was here earlier than them. So me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't really have the benefit of hearing the tone to gauge intent. Before I could start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing that you're here. We have to talk. Oh. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their projected budget reports for their events. Even the first years. Everyone except you. Well, there's still time to hand it in, isn't there? Oh. Today is the deadline. It's the deadline today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say, "The deadline, please extend it." Ugh. Yeah, that was me. Planning something on the scale that is not a small task. And a week is too small time to frame and expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Huh? Do you want to know what's harder than distributing funds for one class event? Handling the same amount for every class in the school and then some. The one who has to do that is me. Misha puts her hand down on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she's really getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused, though. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's all right. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed that you think I've forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Huh. Then, can I have it, please? Shizune, she might not have it on her this exact second. Well, it's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me. Students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much with my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's effort to rope me into the student council? I guess word must have gotten around. So, now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better. It's
your responsibility. A budget report isn't something that you can just be delegating away as class rep. It's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for the proper procedure is really, really just terrible.
They completed it, being capable of doing so. But the students have been sick recently, so they could not have come to school and just gave it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for being sick.
Huh. Okay.
Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring or jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge.
Lily, don't they live here at the school? It should take 5 minutes to walk there, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents you from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of an entire class?
Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal.
And what's with the attitude? I said that. It's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative? Aren't you? Tell me the names of the 2 students and they should have your job if you can't handle something so simple just yourself.
One form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone's growing slightly impatient, but she's doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she's become. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, has her fingers wrapped cheerfully along the edges of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is.
Well, of course. You do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult for you.
Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha's delivers them without a hint of sarcasm, which it's meant to have. Shizune and Lily do not like each other, and that much is clear, but it seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back.
Ooh. Ooh! Is the panty shot really necessary? That's so funny.
I was actually just discussing the budget report before they came by.
You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down to make sure I haven't forgotten my own.
You're accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself.
I don't think so. It would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you.
You're right. The difference between us is like heaven and hell.
Well, it's not too hard to guess which one you might represent.
Whoa, the girls are fighting!
The air between them ripples like the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore, though. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of their conversation.
The panty shot is so good, Shizune. So good. My big ass mouse. You guys like my big ass mouse? Wait, where is it? It's not showing. Whatever. Anyway.
Ichan, don't slack off either.
What are you talking about?
Oh. Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hichan? You are, aren't you? Well, then I hope you're going to do a lot more than make sure it goes smoothly than this person.
I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Come on, cut me and Lily some slack. Don't drag me into this. I've done my part. A divergence in the path has appeared. I guess I kind of have done my part, though. I got them supplies. I helped paint the mural. I intend on helping more. Cut me some slack. If I do this, though, I'll be on Lily's side, right? I've done my part would probably separate. So if I pick this, it'll probably make them not like me more. I don't mind Shizune. I think she's funny. She's got a lot of sass for someone who can't speak. Every choice matters, probably. Ain't that just the way? We can be neutral. But if I be neutral, my goal, I want Hanako. I want Hanako or what's the name of the girl with the no arms again? She's funny. She's funnier than I remember her being. I haven't played this in like over like a decade, maybe 15 years at this point. This game's old as fuck. Rin. Yeah, I'm tossed up between Hanako, Rin, and Kenji. Now that I know there's a Kenji ending. Knowing there's a Kenji ending fucking delights the shit out of me. Like I like them all, but those would be my pick. Emmy is also up there. We'll put Emmy in 4th place. Then Shizune, then Lily, then Misha. Yeah. It's my rank list. My top pick is Hanako. I love a hikikomori girl. If you want Hanako, cut some slack. Rin, do the other. Yeah, I guess so, because Lily's close to Hanako. That'll be my in. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? Not like I could have done much, even if I wanted to.
That's right. You shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into this on his first week.
Lily's taking my side. It feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both.
Huh? Excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her report. And we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work. But you refused to commit yourself to the festival's success.
Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if... I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune, and I know that's what she wants. You know what? Whatever. Forget it. I turned my back to them. Lily, the class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later, okay? I'll tell Hanako that you were looking for her. My sister's leaving. I have to address her. This fucking guy. I feel Shizune freezing. Maybe this is the first time she's ever been ignored with such a blunt manner.
Thank you, Hisao. I'll leave now then.
She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week, turns on her heels and makes her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start to feel reluctant about turning to face Shizune again. I can feel her eyes burning into my back, and I can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it's really wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. Oh, she's pissed. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat empty and lonely at the back of the classroom. I have to tell Lily was looking for her, so if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison, turning the pages of my textbooks lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital. I'm not feeling too enthusiastic about this. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board with rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk against the chalkboard, it synchronizes with the ticking of the clock. I start copying down the equations just to pass the time, even though they're right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing else to do, so I stay for a while reviewing what we covered today in class. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with the crowding in the hallways. I noticed Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking about something from another class. Shizune's signing so fast that her hands are making noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there's some pent-up anger in there. Misha's trying desperately to keep up, and it's clear that she can barely manage to understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like some serious business. Shizune signs to the point of her wrists crackling, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she signs back anything the other girls are saying. Seems like a rough job. Do you think she gets paid for this? Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished and the girls sit down in their seats again.
I'm so tired.
She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use this opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council again, though I suspect the door is now closed for me. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in this school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after class, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with a slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced this vigorously.
Well, of course we're in the student council, you know, so we are pretty busy.
Yeah. She's not used to having her authority questioned.
It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all of our strength. We would shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festival will fail. And that's why there's no flaws. I think that was encumbrances. No, nothing that makes the festival short of perfect.
Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them.
Oh, hello.
I look over my shoulder and I see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom. Most of her body is hidden behind the door.
Hey, you playing delinquent again?
Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point of her fingers can be seen wrapping nervously around the edges of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by associating her with the dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako?
Has Lily been here? Sorry, I haven't seen Sato. She, came by earlier in the morning, though.
Hanako keeps looking around uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It's a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes seem to meet, it seems.
Do you know where she is? Well, if she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom working on our festival project. But who knows where that woman could be loitering at?
Do you need to find her? She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you've missed each other. She waits a little without answering the simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question.
Yeah.
I can come with you, if that's okay. Hanako nods fractionally, still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. She has this really troubled expression it seems to wear almost constantly, one that makes me constantly on guard of myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she seems wary, or maybe more like why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's dinner time soon. Are you planning on eating with Lily? She nods slightly. So, she must have been trying to get to the cafeteria. Well, there isn't something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad as at dinner time is... Wait. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than the lunch hour, but we can understand why Hanako would be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag as we take our leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. It almost feels as though we're going for a stroll together, something that I can't say that I've really done before with a girl. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same, though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within arm's reach of me. I guess she's still uncomfortable around me, given how shy she is. There doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there's not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's head sinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already?
Just the library, while I was reading.
She does spend the class she skips in the library. Ah, so not exactly a thorough search then, huh? Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class like Shizuno said.
Right.
With the slightest of nods, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. It's like I need a double-layer silk glove with padding to even interact with her. Some small talk might help her, but become a bit more used to me. But it isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So, you and Lily usually hang out with each other after class?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what I expected for her to answer, nor why I even asked the question. That much is rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem to be the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I expect that Lily might be her only friend. Must be a pain being in a different class then, I'm guessing. She gives a sharp, almost reflective nod compared to Lily's careful, thought-out actions and speech. Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible.
Lily comes by my classroom, though, even when she's busy.
She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There isn't any need to say more. The both of us are content that the discussion has reached its end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby where we met the group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish, moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanako has moved around behind me. Hey, are you alright?
Just keep going.
The students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanako takes the position at my side again as we enter the building, her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. Even as we climb towards the third floor, She doesn't seem to relax. It's as if I'd never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond that, what I'd call normal in her fear of other people. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would even have been able to walk beside me like this. She seems so completely shut down in the presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strained silence while I rue her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way up the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a din at all. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first and then come for me for backup, I wonder? If that's true, well, at least she can start trusting me a little. That can only be a good thing. Eventually, the two of us reached the class 3-2, with Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me as I opened the door. Inside is a hive of activity. Seemingly every student in the class is talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. Going by the paint cans, decorations, and banners made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her amongst the din of the surprise was surprisingly easy, not at least because of her looks. With a couple of students gathered around her as she stands in front of the class, she does seem to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating the pass through the various students hunched over the floor, and for lack of desk space, I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Why am I waving at her? Did you decide which one you wanted to date? I'm going Hanako, I think.
Hi, Lily.
It seems like it's pushing me towards Hanako. I'm just playing the game. I don't know what leads me where. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl who must be her classmate, trying to listen to the best she can.
Sorry, who?
Sorry, it's Hisao. I have Hanako too.
Hi.
She's pretty skittish considering the number of people around. It isn't too hard to work out why. Lily takes a moment's pause to assess the situation before turning to the other student once again.
For a moment, just ask Moria for his advice. Kenji is busy painting one of the banners already.
A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? I quickly turn about, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Sure enough, in the corner of the room, Kenji is hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints on it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be to make out my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. That's right, Class 3-2 was specially for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival might be arduous for them. You need a hand? I could give some help if you need some. Maybe Hanako can too. Chance to set her mind on something would do her good, you know? But I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. Hanako nods quickly, affirming afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief.
That's good.
It might actually get finished before everyone goes off for dinner now. Would you be able to help the person painting on the main banner? It's a big task for him to do too, and nobody else can help. Kenji? Sure. Oh, it's my guy, guys. It's my boy. Ideally, I want to get Kenji's ending. I want to be a homosexual with the conspiracy guy. If that's possible. Would really like that.
I take it you've met.
Our rooms in the dorm are right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really.
Well, that's good. It's good to see you're getting friends so fast.
Friend. I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings reminds me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help then. He knows what we need to be doing, right?
Ah, that's right. Just ask if you have any problems.
Chorusing in assent, Hanako and I begin another trek across the classroom. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his eyes fixed on the white calico in front of him. Hey, Kenji? No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet with pencil. Kenji?
Huh? What? Huh? Who is it?
If this is the way he treats his normal classmates, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hisao. Right. I know that, man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude always annoys me. He must be the type of guy who's really focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Hanako's footsteps as she's walking out in front of me reminds me that she's here. I was going to help with the banner, Hanako and I, that is.
Hello.
Kenji's like, Foyd! Run! Conspiracy! Okay, I guess that's okay. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanor takes a completely about face. He's suddenly faux hospitality, and it's slightly unsettling. Oh, right. Women. On second thought, this may not be a great idea after all. Hanako and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting several small paint tins on the ground around it. Class 3-2 noodle stall. You guys are selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. So, how do you want to split this? We do borders while you do text, or do you want to switch and do the borders yourself? Text is mine. You do the borders. He was surprisingly strong feelings on this topic. As I reached over to grab the brush, I noticed Hanako already debating between colors to use. By the time I put the brush to the cloth, she's already started a delicate pattern. It looks like my idea of taking her mind off of everyone around her has worked. The dark blue stroke with With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiratorially, though. Yeah, here we go. Okay, man. Why are you really here? Hanako just wanted to have some help finding Lily. That's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. Did I just hear two women's names come out of your mouth? Disgusting! Fake cell, Hisao! I get it. It looks like I misjudged you. I'm sorry. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? You're going deep undercover? Hope to get under the covers. I should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously. It sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in on yourself. We gotta stick together, man. It's a harsh school. A harsh world. Yeah, very harsh. This isn't Jeffrey. He doesn't have swirly glasses. He's got normal glasses. Just because he looks like Jeffrey doesn't mean he's Jeffrey. He misses the true meaning as he leans back. Satisfied, I'm sympathetic to his cause. I'd better get down to work.
Finished.
Looks like I am too. Good job. The two of us connect the lines of our patterns, mine being as close to a copy as I could manage to hers. With a grunt, I lever myself off the floor and look around. Aside from Hanako and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off the sign, as well as Lily and a couple of students talking amongst themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise. It's getting pretty late. You, need a hand? I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend even to there, just how much of her body has been burned? I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, she quickly covers her wrist with the other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? She looks surprised for a moment before noticing I mean the banner.
It does, I guess.
Her smile shows that she has a slight sense of pride at the result, just as I do. With the floor significantly neater of decorations being placed on the desk and shelves, it's much easier to get Lily as we cross the room. We've finished the banner. I guess that's all it needs to be done? Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Hisao. Hanako. If there's any way I can thank you. No, it's fine. Beats sitting in the classroom studying, you know, at any rate.
I don't mind either.
She nods suddenly before remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? I just open my mouth. Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yep, just finishing up. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of the shelf to dry before quickly walking past us and out the door. See ya, man. Bye. He only said goodbye to me. What an ass. That guy's so funny. The remaining 2 students say their goodbyes to Lily before taking their cue too and leaving as well, leaving only the 3 of us. Well, I guess that's everyone. Well, I hope we don't have to do anything like that again. What, working past school time? Indeed. The class's plans this year are very ambitious. Maybe too ambitious.
The stall looks nice, though.
She's right. It shows that a lot of work has gone into them. My. I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now that there's not so much work to do, but the festival itself.
It's getting pretty late. Should we go?
That's probably a good idea. Are you going back to the dorms as well, Hisao? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. The nighttime lighting really makes the garden look quite different compared to the usual lush greenery. Things are much more calm. Oh, welcome, Retro. We're about 2 hours in. I've finally been, I put my foot down. I'm not joining the student council. That's the major event. Also, I'm really close friends with Kenji by accident. And I'm not mad at that. I like him. All that can be heard is our footsteps. In addition, Lily's cane regularly gently tapping on the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn.
You tired?
Yeah. Still gotta get used to the flow of things, I guess. The, thing with Shizune kinda took me off my guard, though. I gripped my teeth a little at the candid mention of a public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it.
Yeah. About that.
I'm sorry about it being in public. Shizune and I, go back some ways. Her voice seems slightly irritated as she remembers Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glance at Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is unsurprisingly evasive and difficult to read. What do you know? Either way, I ask her apologizing for it. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity does go unanswered. I'll be glad once the festival is over in any case. The change of topic is welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. Well, I can imagine. My old school's festival was a lot more low-key than this one. Yamaku stresses the idea of school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such very special occasions. Well, and the students are the ones doing all the work, What an unfair world. Lily and Hanako both chuckle in agreement, savoring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling. Well, I suppose that the strict all-girls school helped me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. That'd go a way towards explaining her well-bred speech and behavior at any glance, blah blah blah. As we come up to the dormitories, it eventually comes to time to leave to our respected rooms. I'll see you, Lily, Hanako. The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorm, just next to the guys. As it is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long, before walking to my room. It feels good It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, every day's facts of studying, homework, and teachers seems almost like a blessing. I guess if things could continue like this, my time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up just early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise, and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show up. But it's not all that bad. Good night. Shmee me 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 me. Shmee me 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 me. Shmee me 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 me. Shmee me 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 me. Shmee me me. Oh shmee me me. Oh shoo 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 shoo. Oh shmee me 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 me. Okay, we're awake now. My morning alarm goes off and I flail about uselessly for a while until I remember that I decided to go on a morning run and give it another shot. I don't know if this is the greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. It's about my health, after all. Sure, things haven't been great lately for me, but it hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can imagine that, well, I can manage anything. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, it would appear that I'm not alone on my run. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she's already worked up a good sweat, too. Just when the hell does she come down here anyway? Oh, it's you! I'm surprised to see you again. Oh, why is that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowned slightly, a bit annoyed at the passing thought. Well, the rest of the track team, for instance. Still, it's only supposed to be on a volunteer basis, so it's not like a big deal if they don't. And I guess it's pretty early in the morning, and a shrug, and suddenly it appears that she'd forgotten what she was talking about. And the frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to her previous train of thought. So, come on then! What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yeah. So come on! I find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be set on mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling, while Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find enviable. It's incredibly bothersome to be so easily worn out. I know I should be patient, work towards things gradually, but it's difficult to stay positive about this. We're running around this track, starting on our second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient keeping pace with me and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I do more? What if my heart explodes? Do I go for it and get Emmy's favor? That's probably where I get Emmy's favor if I keep going. But also, like, did he take his meds this morning? He didn't say he took his meds this morning. Usually they mention him taking his meds, and the last time they didn't mention him taking his meds, Emmy slammed into me and my heart almost stopped. So am I to assume that if they don't mention him taking his meds, he skips them? Because I'm a person who has to take meds several times a day. Gut feeling says the top one. He did not say he took his meds this morning. Is it possible to die? Is there any Katawa Shoujo nerds? Sorry, I smoked. My bad. I thought I could handle it, but I couldn't. Anyway, anybody? Does anybody know if I could actually die? Because I felt like the last time I got really close to dying. That might have been scripted though. Am I overthinking this? I always overthinking this. No clue. I say save and go for it. No, we're doing a straight run. We're not saving. We're living with the consequences of our choices. I'm gonna assume taking meds, since they mention it some days and not on others, is supposed to be my indication of whether or not to be crazy. I let Emmy go with her own pace, and she doesn't show no mercy, pulling a half a lap instead ahead of me in an instant. Well, I don't blame her. I mean, it's not as if I'm really putting up any sort of real fight out there, is it? I don't know if you guys ever done physical rehabilitation. You are not supposed to sweat. You're supposed to get to like minor resistance and build yourself from there. Like you're not supposed to break a sweat. You're not supposed to have like a racing heart doing rehab stuff. And he's technically in rehab mode. Instead, I'm just running at a steady pace, which is what I should be doing, right? Emmy forgets she's racing someone with a heart condition. Emmy forgets mid-sentence what she's talking about, so I wouldn't be surprised. There's no need to be pushing my limits at this stage of the game. God, is this even worth it? We finish the second lap and I break off again. Emmy keeps going. It almost seems to me like she's disappointed in me. Well, that's stupid. I don't have anything to prove to her. Come to think of it, I've got nothing to prove to myself either. I'm just fine the way I am. And what I'm not is a runner. This was probably a bad idea. Am I gonna give up? No, I need this for my rehab. Is he giving up? Maybe there's something else I could do instead of this. For sports? Maybe you could try to learn how to paint with your toes. Honestly, that seems like it would be hard. Imagine the core strength Rin has, being able to like raise her hips and like use her legs for everything. That's how you know she keep it tight. Wait, how old are these kids? Surely this is a college, right? I'm just kidding. Ha 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 ha. Act like there's not already thousands of R34 about this shit. But like dead ass, Rin's core strength is crazy. Keep it tight. Okay, I'll stop. Anyway, getting up this early sucks anyway. There's got to be some other way to keep healthy. Walking, maybe? Yeah, like a nice afternoon walk. Ooh, yeah, with Hanako. A nice, awkward, exposure therapy walk. Yeah, that sounds good. Running just isn't for me. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Emmy cells. If there's any Emmy cells out there, I guess me and Emmy are not friends anymore. I wave to Emmy and head back to my room. I'll think of something else later. Oh shit! Did I just end the Emmy route? Finally, your primary school. Primary? They're juniors. They're junior high students. Oh no. Because secondary is high school, right? Anyway, I'm back in my room. The first thing I see is a familiar row of medication bottles lined up on my dresser, and it makes me depressed. As usual. It's annoying. I thought I was okay. I thought I'd made peace with this thing, but and gotten over it. Takes years, man. But what I really did, I allowed myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds me of that reality, and trying to fight it, it hurts. Reflecting on it is only going to do so much. I've done this before for months. It seems like it's time to get over it. If I allow myself to forget that my life is definitely not going to be as long as those others, I won't get anywhere. My life may be different from the others, but it's a life in progress. That's how I'll rationalize it. That's so real. Me, because I'm going to live on average 25 years less than your normal person. I down the usual handful of pills, trying to push the sudden dreary feeling out of my head. Then I prepare to head out of the class early, as usual. As I step into the hallway, I notice Kenji coming around the hallway corner, stealthily making his way over to his room with a large bag. As he sneaks past me soundlessly like a ninja, hiding in plain sight, I call out to him. No, he was being invisible. You weren't supposed to see him. Hey. He jumps at the sound of my voice. Oh, hey man, I didn't notice you there. I'm really tired. I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not really the issue. Where have you been this early? You out shopping? Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the, math teacher. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out what the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want. Well, so what's in the bag? Oh, I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. I need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy. Oh, okay. Well, I thought you didn't go outside. I wear a hat now. You can't hurt me. I wear a hat. Ooh, I hope it's a fedora. He does seem like a milady kind of guy, don't you think? That's why he's up all night. He's moderating a Discord channel. Wait, this is in like 2009, 2010. He's moderating a ventrilo. he's moderating an MIRC. I decide to not point out the fact that he's not actually wearing a hat. An awkward silence settles between us. Then Kenji breaks it by pushing his door open slowly, releasing a creaking sound into the air that only makes the moment even more awkward. He sets the bag down inside his room and then closes the door. Well, I'm surprised you went out of your way to find out a test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent of you. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still gonna take it. Duh. I need to know so I know what day I can't afford to skip class. Usually sends out updates on that crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. Well, why don't you wait? And why do you have to go out when you can just get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. What the fuck is he talking about? What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? No, I don't use phones. I don't have phones. Phones. I have no phones. He's so suspicious. So why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phone at all? No phone? I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I just think it's some sort of, repressed trauma. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have two theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving some undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in my past. Beaten so badly that I can't remember it. Beaten in the head? Well, where else could they have beaten me with a phone that make it unable to remember? Duh. Beat my ass? Unexpectedly logical. I feel very depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens his door and prepares to head inside. Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep, dude. Have a good one.
Class is starting in 20 minutes.
I already did something today, okay? I'm too tired to go to fucking school. Hey, you need some lip balm? I accidentally bought 2 because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. What the fuck?
You bought 2 packs of lip balm because you thought they were individual batteries? This guy's so retarded. Oh my god. Kenji, I really hope oh yeah, he's blind. Whatever. Special school. Everybody's a snowflake. Okay, whatever, he's blind. But that's so fucking funny. You have to admit that's so stupid. What a guy. Now we're gonna have soft lips when we kiss each other when I inevitably get your ending, Kenji. That's my man. Thanks, but no thanks.
Whatever, man.
He swiftly enters his lair, finally letting me go to class. Well, at least I'm not gonna be like 30 minutes early this time. Well, for a change, I'm not amongst the first ones in the morning class. Instead, almost everyone else seems to be here already. I recognize most of my class by their faces by now, though their names still escape me. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get to the rhythm of school again. I've even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overtly attentive. The first days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Mato finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So, as you know, the festival is in the day after tomorrow. Yep, I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of the festival in your minds.
Games and fried food!
Everyone bursts into laughter, and so do I. Yes, thank you, Mikado. But that's not what I meant. Really, ding dong, ding dong, ding ding dong. The remainder of his sentence is buried beneath the ringing of the lunch bells. Everyone starts packing their things. Mato deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to be paying attention anymore, he just gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallways, or as crowded as a hallways in this school can probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria.
Hey, I'm gonna make you a one-time only super special, ultra special lunch offer! Emmy's homemade lunch boxes, and the privilege of enjoying them in the private with 2 bombshell beauties!
Her overly flirtatious sales pitch echoes in the hallways, a remarkable feat since it's full of people. Emmy strikes a very confident-looking pose as an attempt to one-up her own ridiculousness, puffing out her chest and making a V victory sign with her hand. Yay! Sounds delicious. To what do I owe the honor of being invited?
You stood there looking really lost and sad, so I thought you could use some company.
That is probably the most depressing reason imaginable.
So, how about it?
Is this all I have to do? Is this how I get a girl? I just look depressed and lost? That's not true. I would have gotten one by now. So, how about it? You're probably really lonely and would eat at an awful cafeteria. I'll eat that awful cafeteria food all alone. Otherwise,
I'm kidding.
Sure. I'll have your lunch offer with pleasure.
Let's go to the roof.
The roof? Why the roof?
Because that's where we eat lunch. The doi. And if I don't get up there, she'll probably wander off and then just know she'll go hungry because she never packs a lunch for herself.
Who will?
Come with me.
Without answering my question or waiting for a response, she grabs me by the arm and drags me through the hallway. I attempt to make conversation on the way. Why do you always have an extra lunch?
Emmy smiles guiltily.
Actually, it's yesterday's lunch. I slipped in a run at lunch and forgot to eat it.
The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with a missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was who removed the lock. Emmy shoves the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. Suddenly, a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, standing imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs.
Hello. Yes, you scared me, Rin.
Wait, isn't she?
Oh, hello.
I notice that Rin is speaking to me. Emmy looks curiously at me.
You two know each other?
I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Rin turns her gaze towards the clouds drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. Awkward silence lasts for about 2 seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the coincidence off.
I invited Hisao for lunch. If you know him, that's just better.
Oh, does this mean I don't get food? Or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch?
Well,
Neither.
I have food for 3.
Nice thinking. They walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. There's nobody else here but us. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is at the other schools. A few run-down benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop less desolate. The tiny pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. Peeking through the chain-link fence, I take a long look at the school's ground and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle. What's a quadrangle? Around the quadrangle and at the cafeteria. What's a quadrangle? A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow when I look towards the town center, the small town feels to strike me as very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of the metropolises seems so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it, or get their senses overloaded by neon lights and traffic jams. A triangle with 4 edges? What? No. What? No. That's just a square. Yeah, it's like a square. Sorry, I had to like imagine it. I had to build it, put it in 3D and color and rotate it in my mind before I understood what you were trying to say, and it's still not right. It's just a rectangle. Yeah, see there? That's just a square. Yeah. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine, looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only 1 short year. Quadrangle. He's such a special snowflake. He belongs at this school, I swear. I have to stop smoking while doing the reading games. I'm sorry if I missed the mute there on that cough. It was very loud. We're trying to have relaxing time, okay? Indicated by cozy blanket, okay? Pretty much a square. Quad. Oh, okay. So it's like that little garden in between, like how the building's like a U shape. So it's that space out in the front. Fuck, that just called that a yard. Stupid. A common ground. Actually, no. Yeah. Quadrangle. I never read the word quadrangle for today. Yeah, they've always just called it down at the quad with my boys. We're playing extreme frisbee down at the quad. That's like the only context I've ever heard that. Yeah.
Other than that. Hi, Polka. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly. I hadn't had time to think about how I felt about it. Oh, I'm not in the wrong page. I'm not in the right page anymore. When I step out of the shadow in the clock tower and I feel the warmth touching my back, the sun shines down perfectly in the perfectly clear cerulean sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on the bench with Rin in tow and produces one big and two small lunch boxes from her bag.
Come on, Hiso! What are you waiting for?
Wait. It's because I keep smoking.
Come on, Hiso! What are you waiting for?
There it is. I found her. She is beckoning me to join them, making room on the already small bench. I seat myself at the corner of the bench, taking up as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all three of us fit on it. Impressive view. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Rin and hands another lunchbox to me.
Here you go. Lunch is promised.
Do I get the day-old one? I hope she put it in the fridge. Homemade, no less. I'm impressed. Wow, this looks pretty good.
Thanks. I made them myself when I can.
Conversation dies off as I set out about the business of feeding myself. Taking a few bites, I glance up and notice Rin deftly opening the lunchbox and popping a fork full of food into her mouth, using only her feet. Oh, we don't get feet cam for that? Aw, dang it. Even though I've seen it before, I couldn't help but be impressed by her dexterity. It's also a reminder that the sort of thing of the place that I'm in right now. Will I ever get used to sights such as this? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be good or bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean that I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does it just mean that I'm becoming more understanding of those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. Wow, you seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up with a mouth half full and swallows before nodding.
My morning run always works up an appetite. Which is great, because when I burn through a lunch, it's pretty quickly. Helps me keep my girlish figure.
What would happen if you lose it, huh? You're gonna become a man. I nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the morning too? Do you always talk like this?
Talk like what?
Like what? Well, I think that answers my question. They're so... What's the word? The wild card and the straight man. Like a... Boke and Tsukomi or whatever. Like the Japanese like comedy duo, how one's like just crazy and silly and the other one just reels them in and hits them with the one-liner, which is usually a pun. That's the vibe. It's very comedy duo.
So,
Also, if you guys don't like the voices I give them, you can give me notes. I want to try to capture their personalities. I struggled to think of small talk and settle on an obvious question. How did you guys meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer the question.
well, someone in the housing department thought that we would complement each other well, so we were kind of assigned rooms next to one another.
Complimented each other? Like a shoe in a suit. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion.
You know, put us together and we got all our limbs. You get it?
Ah.
So I started helping Rin getting ready in the mornings, and that was it. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along.
I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with skirts. Or, I have trouble with shirts. Right. That seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of. This is not helping. But at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing hilarious. That combined with the fact that Rin's genuinely curious makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms, and so putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that'll be difficult. You know what? I'm just gonna stop fucking talking right now. Save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is like a sage manner. I see. The conversation dies and I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch first, making a contented noise.
That was so good.
She busies herself with cleaning up her lunch and Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty.
Oh, I almost forgot about that. Sorry.
With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses one to me, and it appears to be cranberry juice. One to Rin that appears to be some sort of strawberry milk, complete with a pink color scheme, and keeps an equally pink, a box of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously stabs her straw through the top of her box and begins to drink. I once again am impressed on how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sorts of people to think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. I don't know. This is kind of the closest I've ever been to voice acting, but it's fun. I think I'm getting more into it the more I do it. Because I used to read manga in VC too. I haven't though, because I haven't had the energy to clean up my space or do my nails. So I haven't read manga in a couple weeks. But I like it. It's fun. It reminds me of my theater kid days. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not it's a conscious decision is another matter. Honestly, I'm not even sure.
So, Hisao, how do you like it up here?
Hello, Beanie. Well, it's quite nice. I like high places, you know, for the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins an 1,000-watt grin, pleased with my response, I suppose.
No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time too, okay? Wink. I won't make you lunch though, so you gotta bring your own up here.
No lunch service? Well, I don't know. Emmy plays mock offended.
Trying to take advantage of my good nature, The nerve.
She giggles.
Well, if that is your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating our lunch all alone.
I'm suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rendering puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding, I was kidding. I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location and the company's okay, too. Emmy frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. Well, I don't do it much myself. You read to an audience, but yeah. I like reading to an audience. I used to be a kindergarten teacher. So I do the scary voices for the monsters. Well, I guess that makes us friends now. Or at least acquaintances? The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs.
Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again?
Oh, I wasn't that hungry.
Well, if you don't eat more, you're gonna fade away.
Rin shrugs, accepting the risk. Oh, come on. We'd better get going. The three of us run down the stairs together. The afternoon class passes once again, and I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple books that I had finished reading. I walk inside. I see that there is about as many students here as there were on Tuesday, all even more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. As I drop the books I'd borrowed into the return slots on the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging that they made when they hit the trolley next to her. Sorry, Yuko, I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's fine. It happens a lot. I'm used to it by now. Can I help you?
It's okay. I think I know where everything is now. Thanks anyway. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. It's not much else to do, and after reading so much during my stay in the hospital, I find it a hard habit to break. I wander down the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. As I do so, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come out of it. Surprisingly, though, she's there, absorbed completely into a fairly thick book. I decided to intrude on her, like last time, and get back to finding... I decided against intruding on her like last time, and get back to finding reading material. After an indescribable amount of time perusing the aisles, I decide on a couple of books and slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I walk over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bag as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but a majority of them have left, presumably to their homes or dorms. I guess I need to buy some supplies. I can't live off cafeteria food and eating out for my entire stay here. As I leave for the gate, I make a few loud stretches to try to stave off the tiredness I've accumulated over the week. After passing through and rounding the corner, though, I see a solitary figure walking downhill towards the small town below. The color of her hair and the tapping of her cane are unmistakable. I quickly walk up to her, which seems to catch her attention without a word needing to be said. "Hey, Lily." She takes a moment to place the voice, slightly adjusting her head to face a bit more towards the source of my voice as she does.
So?
Yeah, that's me. She does seem to have a good memory of voices. The fact that she remembered is a pleasant surprise.
Good evening. What brings you here?
Once again, she gives a small polite bow, and once again, I reply in kind before realizing I don't even need to do so. Just going into town. You?
My, what a coincidence.
Doing the same thing, huh?
I usually go shopping on Fridays.
She pauses for a moment, suddenly looking a little lost.
That being said, Hanako usually comes to town with me.
Oh, well, not lost, but worried. The two of them seem to be pretty close tabs on one another. It's kind of surprising that Hanako would just forget Lily like that. I noticed her reading at the library. She's probably just caught up in a book. She lets out a small sigh of relief.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, she's got a habit of doing that. An avid reader, huh?
Right. She doesn't like being around crowds of people, so reading away from everyone lets her relax a bit.
Even though she didn't intend it, I can't help but grimace as I recall my first meeting with her. Hardly wanting to bring it up, I remain silent as we quietly walk down the quiet road. Tack, 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 tack. With the road bereft of cars and the students of Yamako increasingly far behind us, the quiet rustling of the leaves and the measured tapping of Lily's cane against the sidewalk are all that can be heard. It's kind of nice, especially compared to the hustle and bustle of where I used to live. Before I know it, I've relaxed so much that I let a loud yawn escape before I can control it.
Tired?
Yeah, been running ragged these past few days. That's an understatement to be sure. Transferring into a different school would be bad enough, but nothing like this. Well, I hope everything should settle down for you. Hopefully everything should settle down for you. The festival's got everyone in a spin right now, and you've been plopped down right in the middle of things. Well, for a moment I hesitate, but I give her an apparent tolerance for frankness. I decide to give my full thoughts. Well, I guess. Yamaku is kind of different though. I mean, the formality of the surroundings, everything, the isolation around it, not to mention the most obvious differences. It's kind of like a whole different mindset. I suppose I'll get used to it, though, in time. She gives it a matter-of-fact nod, apparently pleased with my answer. So, it feels almost as if she's included me into the flock of students she's shepherding, along with the Class 3-2 and Hanako. Well, not that I mind. It's nice to get thoughts off my chest in any case. Looking on the bright side, one can see it's just a chance for a new beginning. You should cherish the ability to make new friends. That's optimistic. Nonetheless, it's good to have a positive attitude about such things, I suppose. Well, I guess that's a good take on it. Walking down the road, she seems to have become somewhat unsettled. Before I can ask what's on her mind, she collects herself and speaks up about something else. So, where in town are you going? That's actually a pretty good question. I'd come in to buy food, but the layout of this place is still totally foreign to me. I had to intend to just wander around and see what I could find, but with the sunset already approaching and nightfall not too far away, it doesn't seem very wise. I'm going to have to ask her for directions. Again. I was going to go get some food, but now that you mention it, I don't really know the way. Gonna read bedtime stories later? That's what bots are for! You should check out Iwaihime. It was such a fun story to read. Well now, this is quite lucky. I was about to go to the convenience store myself. Looks like I'll be in your care again then. Thanks. Together we walk to the store. My pace is carefully slowed to remain beside her. Compared to my usual walking pace, hers is quite a bit slower. Not that it's without reason. After what couldn't be more than several minutes, I catch the sight of our objective. This town is pretty small. Without further ado, we make our way inside with a greeting from the counter. Otsukare-sama desu! Mind if I tag along with you? Usually, Hanako would help me, but seeing as she's not here... seeing, you get it? Take a moment to realize what she means. Considering she wouldn't be able to read any of the labels, shopping without any help would be a big pain for her. That said, I can't shake this feeling that she has had this idea since I said I was coming here. Sure, it'd be my pleasure. I grabbed 2 well-used red baskets from the small stack beside the entrance, handing one to Lily. She lays it on the ground, putting her school bag in, retracting her cane and sliding it through the basket's handles before she put it back right up into her right hand. Wait, if she doesn't use her cane... Before I can complete the thought, she comes beside me and pinches my cuff of my uniform with her slender fingers. I'm her guide now! Is this alright? Sure. I have no reason not to accept. I can think of worse things than shopping with a pretty girl holding on to me, even if it is out of necessity. We navigate our way through the store, with not one of the occasional passing customers seeming to bat an eyelid. Considering how close Yamaku is, I guess seeing students from there must be entirely normal for the local residents. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily and find out what she needs. Grabbing it along with what I am looking for, I put our items into our respective baskets. I guess this is the same routine she and Hanako follow every Friday. Right. All that's left is the bread. And that should be my shopping done. Do you need anything else, Lily?
No, this should be everything.
Off we go then. With a quick side trip to the bakery section, we make our way to the registers. The line, thankfully, is almost non-existent. It's not long before we've both paid for our food and are out the door. As Lily retrieves her cane and extends it to full length, I waste a minute looking upwards at the sky, while holding both of our bags. Oh, look at the stars, chat. Look at that. I think I see the Big Dipper. For a moment, I try to make the clouds with my breath, but the summer's heat doesn't seem to cooperate. Eventually she rights herself, taking a quick stretch before taking her bag and leaving me to my two. You tired as well?
The festival preparations have been complete chaos. Shizune breathing down my neck doesn't really help things either.
Oh my god, she's opening up to me. Hey, she's only trying to get everything organized. Better now than later, huh?
I suppose. I'm going to enjoy relaxing in town tomorrow, that's for certain.
Well, I guess the festival preparations must be taking their toll on the both of them. We walk out towards the street and begin talking between ourselves as we carry the bags of foods and supplies from the stores. Wait, what is that? I notice a very distinctive figure making its way towards us, silhouetted by the street lamps. For a second, I thought it was a male student from my class, but as he, or should I say, she, got closer, I quickly recognized her. Rin, what are you doing out so late?
Rin!
Lily perks up her head, looking like she's trying to focus on listening more keenly. It suddenly becomes to me that I should have properly interpreted the scene for her. It's Rin, Tezuka, I think was her last name. She's from our school. She stiffens at the name and gives a complicated-looking expression, something like a forced fusion of a composed smile and a painful cringe. Does she not like Rin? Oh my god. Why does this bitch want to fight everyone? She's blind and she's fucking mad about it, dude.
I understand.
I guess Lily knows Rin too. Rin turns to look at us, looking terribly out of it. I'm not entirely sure if she recognizes either of us, or at least she doesn't acknowledge it if she does. She looks like a zombie, or a statue. A statue of a zombie? But slowly, some symptoms of understanding see the light of the darkness in her eyes. This is something she must react to. Rin blinks once, but very thoroughly.
Hello?
There's an awkward pause. Everyone's waiting for someone else to say something. Oh, what are you doing out here this late? I was wondering about that myself. Just now. Some people asked that just before, too. And I assumed they were wondering the same, so now I'm wondering the same. I don't know. They didn't know either. I asked. And that's why I'm wondering. So, that was pretty much it. It's a murder mystery without the murder. Huh? They were going that way. She turns to face to her right in order to demonstrate the direction the other people went, as if that was an important detail. Then rotates back like a mechanical puppet in the one of the overcomplicated clockworks. For a person who gives an impression of being the quiet type, Rin really does use a lot of words to say things that don't even need to be said. Unsure if she's finished, I say nothing. Neither does Lily, who seems equally robbed of words for the time being. I think the both of us are just in fact scared that any response might provoke her to continue. Our stupefied lack of reaction doesn't faze Rin at all, though. She keeps looking at us expectantly, a hint of a calm expression on her blank face. She seems to be the kind of person always so relaxed. I remember liking her a lot because I did the same drugs as she did back in the day. Recreationally, though. Don't be me. as if a bull elephant grade sedative were flowing through her veins in place of blood.
Do you have amnesia?
I don't recall you having any sort of that thing, though. No, I don't think it's that. The other passerbys were probably worried, though. You do look really lost, the way you're just standing in the middle of the streets.
Oh. I see.
Maybe I should have taken some other kind of pose or something if that was the case. I wonder for a while whether I should chase this angle further or give up for the sake of my own sanity. Like, decide on the latter. Don't leave her out there! She's tripping balls, dude! It seems to be most of the time. It's better to just not read too deeply into what Rin is babbling about. Talking with Rin is like playing chess with a supercomputer who does seemingly completely random moves as if to mock everything that you know about chess. It's like that, except a human interaction. Even if I win, it feels like I'm losing. Damn, it's just like Kenji said. Even when I win, I lose. Is that the power of the girls of Yamaku? It's these goddamn feminists, I tell ya. I pushed the thought aside as too dangerous to consider any further. It's probably just Kenji's anti-female propaganda getting to me in the moment of weakness. Oh, I'm so close to being black-pilled. We'll call this gray-pilled. Yeah, maybe taking another pose would have worked. It's like those jokes where they're like, act casual, and then they do something really fucking awkward. Wait, I'm gonna smoke again, I'm so sorry. So anyway, you have no idea what you're doing here? She frowns, looking extremely disappointed at either my question or its consequences, or the answer she'll give. I do have, some idea? I can't really tell what kind of idea.
Well, that sounds like progress at least.
Lily sounds as if she spotted an opening for some sort of discernibly normal conversation. I can't say I share her optimism. Yeah, there is some... definitely. The rest's coming later. I'm sure of it. I always have... reasons. The ensuing silence kills Lily's hopes all too visibly. That did not last long. Rin's, as far as I can tell, unbased assurance aside, what should be done? We could just leave her to her own devices, whatever those are, but it's late, and I don't think we'll be getting any thanks if Rin is found standing there in the middle of the night. Which she probably will, unless she manages to remember what she's even doing here in the first place. As for me trying to guess what might have been going on in her mind when she decided to embark on this adventure, the chances seem to be on par with winning the lottery. Several times in a row. Lily's oddly quiet too. I appreciate some support from the sidelines here, especially because she's more familiar with Rin than I am. But it can't be helped. It seems her familiarity with Rin is exactly why she's staying subdued. So, I assumed you were going somewhere but not coming back to school. Do you have any idea where? Her eyes widen in shock and she jolts back into some sort of artificial way, making it seem like her act was rehearsed for situations like this. Are you a mind reader? Is that your disability? That's unique. What? No? What? Why would you think that? You knew what I was doing. She's on to me. Well, it was an educated guess. We walked down the same street in the other direction just before to get to the store, so maybe if you were going to the school, we would have met you on the way. Oh. She looks a little disappointed. Like Kenji, Rin appears quick to jump to completely irrational conclusions. Rin is so femcel coded, she's so funny. Maybe it's something in the water here. I make a mental note to stock up on soft drinks. You know, that is the second time this week that somebody asked if I was a mind reader. Do I really give off that impression? Rin shrugs her shoulders, which is all the answer that I get. You know, maybe you should come back with us to the school. Lily interjects when I'm about to further debunk my alleged mind-reading capabilities. She sounds rather concerned. The paper-thin smile on her face badly disguised that fact. Maybe she came to the same conclusion that I did. For everyone's sake, I decided to let the mind-reading topic just drop, as entirely inane as it is. Yeah, Lily's right. If you can't remember, there's really no point at staying out here. Rin considers this rather simple deduction for a moment and then nods. Okay. Okay. We start towards the school again, having wasted way more time than necessary with this episode. Rin walks along the edge of the sidewalk with her arrhythmic way, in her arrhythmic way, looking like a mix of a sleepwalker and a rope dancer, while Lily keeps one hand on my shoulder, tapping the ground with her cane. Tap, step, step, tap, tap, step, step, step. Apart from that and a few fragmented beginnings of conversations, it's quiet. Quite apart from the relaxing one into the town at that. So, how's the mural going? We're going to get bad luck. No one ever talks about works in progress. Oh, well,
I'm sure it'll be wonderful.
Bad luck. Tap, tap, step, step. She doesn't care to talk about it. Lily's politeness feels out of place for the first time. Step, 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 step. The hill Yamaku rests on top is surprisingly steep, going uphill. We slow the pace, but I still feel my pulse rising and breathing getting heavier. Almost there. I can see the gates already. More than that, though, I notice Lily's hand slightly tightens on my shoulder, interpreting it as a gesture that she wants to ask me something, so I speak up. Anything wrong, Lily? I resist the urge to say aside from our traveling companion, but only just. For a moment, she seems to debate whether or not she could even bring it up, but goes for it anyway.
Is everything all right?
All right? What do you mean? The fact that I can't interpret her is an incredibly vague question puts her off for a second.
You seem unusually tired, I guess.
Now that she brings it up, I notice my breathing is strangely heavy. The uphill walk has really done a job on me. Lily noticed it all too quickly. I'm not in a very good condition. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so I did take my meds today, but my heart is racing. Do I want to play it cool? Am I a cool guy? Also, I hear cicadas. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, if I want to get in good with Hanako, I probably have to be in good with Lily. I'm sorry, my condition is not very good. It's all right. I just need to catch my breath. My condition isn't the best these days.
Oh. Is it something that is related to you being transferred here? I mean...
She cuts herself off abruptly, maybe realizing she's being a bit intrusive. Her instincts are sharp, though, and while I don't like the subject, it's not like I should lie about it. I mean, if it's Lily, I don't think I mind. Well, I'm just a little weak for the time being.
Hanako said you look fairly healthy, so I naturally thought...
Lily doesn't finish her sentence again, letting it trail off with a measure of concern. As she furrows her brow, Lily's uncomfortable expression spurs to me to say at least something to ease her own feelings. It's surprising that she's this flustered. Considering her straightforward attitude with her own blindness, she must know that not all people share her comfort with such things. No, it's okay. I have a pretty, well, I guess the best way to put it would be messed up heart. I have arrhythmia. I had a bad heart attack not too long ago because of it, and spent most of this spring in the hospital, ended in Yamaku, on doctor's orders. She silently nods her head in acknowledgement. My answer, though, only seems to make Lily furrow her brow even further. She doesn't seem to quite know how to react, given we don't really know each other all that well. I can't really fault her, given that I've been in the exact same reaction. To my surprise, in the moment's time, her face shows that she has come to some sort of realization.
Wait, so the time when Emmy and you collided in the hallway?
I grimace slightly. Her ability to connect the dots is quite fast. It's unexpected. Yeah, I guess I'm a textbook example of those rules about running in the corridors and why they exist. Well, that was a lot more dry than it intended to be. Lily visibly shies away from continuing on the topic. While I do want to assuage her concern, I really don't want to dwell on this either. Don't worry about it. I try to offer a reassuring smile, but I realize the futility. Without knowing this, Lily smiles at me reassuringly, but doesn't say anything further. Arriving at the dorms, Rin stops in front of her mural, as if lightning had struck her. She had been so quiet for almost all of this walk back, I had almost forgotten she was there.
Huh. It's Friday, isn't it? Yes, Friday the 8th of June. Oh, this is bad. Bad? Why?
Well, I think I'm gonna go into a fetal position and throw up. Possibly in the reverse order. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. It's Friday and nothing's wrong yet. This mural, it's going to be finished by Sunday, so everything's going to be all right. Do you have any drugs? Or a time machine? This isn't good. It's not good. She wants drugs. She's literally me, guys. So she's behind on her schedule. Recalling Shizune's exasperation at Rin's carefree attitude several days ago, I don't know what to think. She's left herself open for an "I told you so," unless she can pull off whatever she needs to do by Sunday morning. Rin keeps staring at her mural, looking mortified as she can. Leave me. I'm gonna need to work for a while. I glance at Lily, expecting her to share an incredulous look with me as I roll my eyes, but then I realize she's not one to do that sort of thing.
Leave me?
So dramatic about it. We do, of course, not wanting to aggravate her any more than she already is. There's a churning bad feeling in my gut. Rin sure has a knack for making people feel worried about her. She seems like the type of person who would never be left alone. Maybe we should call someone. She sounded like she was going into shock or something.
I'm sure she'll be fine. She's just,
how do I say this? Lily cocks her head a little, trying to remain polite in a way of calling Rin crazy without calling her crazy. Unique?
Yeah, a very unique person.
I guess you could say that. She giggles at the notion melodiously, nodding in agreement. Sorry about leaving you stranded as you talk to her. I don't really understand her, so I keep my distance. So my guess was right. Lily offers a slight apologetic smile as if she's sorry that her own shortcomings have prevented her from becoming closer to Rin. I'm not one to blame her at all. Lily lets slip a long breath, probably to disguise a yawn. I imagine she's exhausted all as well as I am. I'd better leave now and get these to Hanako. Thank you for your company, Hisao. She smiles very sweetly at me. It feels different than normal, despite the fact that she always seems to be smiling so often. I can't put my finger on the difference. It's just different. Relaxed, I'd say. But that's probably just the relief of getting rid of Rin. Maybe. Yeah, good night. Say hi to Hanako for me. I will. Good night. I try to make her sound rich. How do rich people sound? Sometimes I fall into British. And I'm like, no, she's not British. Katawa Shoujo. New day. Lily's nice, but only gets along with one person. She's like me. I'm nice to everybody, but I don't have a lot of close friends, you know? The students roll into the class for the Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting the tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. Only a day left to prepare. I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through the classes until lunch break, and then our time is our own. Muto lurches in the class with a tired stagger. I suppose students aren't the only people allowed to enjoy their Friday nights. Oh, he's hungover. Without saying a word, he scrawls some pages and question numbers onto the board and then slumps down into his desk. This is completely atypical behavior for him, but it appears that no one in class seems to be calling him out on it. Wordlessly, the students shuffle through their textbooks into position and get to work. Not wanting to break the trend, I do the same. Fatigue has made the whole class antisocial. Not a peep is heard amongst the ruffling papers. That can partly be attributed to the 2 empty seats beside me. For some reason, Misha and Shizune aren't present, probably doing council work for the festival. It's very quiet without Misha here. I wonder if she was born as rowdy as she is, or if she is making up for Shizune's lack of a voice. Hello, Azriel. We're doing story time. Nakai, can I speak to you for a moment? I'm so engrossed in thinking about Misha that I don't even notice Mato approaching my desk. Sure. What's it about? Well, it's probably better if we speak outside the classroom. Am I in trouble? Something about this doesn't sound too good, and I stand up and follow him out into the hallway. Matoa stands in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he's trying to say. Not knowing what's going on, I just wait silently. So, tell me, how are things? Things? I expect Matoa to be a little vague, but this is pushing the limits. Well, things. You've had a week to settle in now. So how are the things? Fine, I guess. I see. So how's your, condition? The pause before condition does seem a little unnecessary. I haven't really had any problems so far. A brief shimmer of relief passes across Mato's face. Good. That's good. The school nurse is a little concerned that you might have been pushing yourself a bit too hard. He asked me to keep an eye on you when he couldn't. That makes sense. I'd ask that you don't blow us off so freely. As much as we're trying to give you the level of education that you would get at a normal school, you have to realize that you have limits. Our goal is to make sure that you know what those limits are and how to maximize your potential with them, okay? Do you follow me? I guess. I don't plan on doing anything stupid. Well, I guess that's a start. So then, on to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand that you were laid up for a while. We aren't too far ahead, are we? Well, I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Mato taps his chin and raises his eyebrow as he absorbs this information. Is that so? I suppose we are still students out there who realize the importance of learning. I wouldn't go so far. I was only trying to keep myself occupied a little on life support prison. I need to be right back. I'm sorry. We're gonna take a little break.
All that you
Sorry about that. I felt a breeze. I guess the door wasn't closed properly when my sister went out to go meet her friends today.
She has the day off of school today. I wouldn't go that far. I was just trying to keep myself a little occupied in life support prison. Well, yeah. You gotta keep up with these things, right? That's exactly it. One wrong move in this world and you're just left behind, right? Right. I wouldn't want that to happen. No, you wouldn't. Every week there's a new scientific discovery. Most of them mean nothing to the lay person, but any one of them can be the key to the next big thing. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious that Mato's serious talk is over, and he's gone back to his standard, slightly scatterbrained approach to life. I think in hindsight that I prefer him this way. He's slightly more predictable in his unpredictability. Well then, I think that's all I really had to say. Let's go back inside, shall we? My relief at the suggestion is insurmountable. Hi, Dernsey. Sure, you're the boss, right? Mato pauses for a moment. I don't think any of my students have ever said that to me before. He's like, I'm the boss? For an instant, I considered replying to this, but something deep within me tells me to shut my mouth. Just get back in the classroom. A few moments of students jumping at the sound of the door, rapidly trying to pretend that they were working on the questions on the board. Some don't even bother. Their heads slumped onto their desk, they're taking a nap. Thankfully, it would appear that Mato doesn't even notice that. He returns to his desk, retrieving a scientific journal from one of the drawers. Well, I guess I got to him there. The class returns to the near silence that Mato and I had left before our chat. Mixed feelings of tiredness and anticipation buzz around the room. Everyone here is either waiting for a chance to rest or a chance to get their last-minute preparations underway. The clock on the wall slowly ticks the remaining class time away until the bells cry out, ending the torment. Before you all leave, I expect the answers for those problems by Monday. The class sighs as one, instantly regretting slacking off but still acutely aware of the more pressing issues at hand. The classroom empties in a blink of an eye as everyone rushes out for their last-minute festival preparations. I stand behind, trying to quickly finish the questions that I don't have to bother with over the rest of the weekends with the festival and all tomorrow. Apart from me, Hanako is the only one left, obviously just waiting for Lily. It's weird that Lily comes all the way to our classroom to pick her up. I expect that moving around is at least nominally harder for her than it is for Hanako. Well, that's none of my business, and I naturally don't ask about it from Hanako. Despite the relative proximity of our seats, neither tries to strike up a conversation about that or anything else either. It's an oppressive silence and it falls upon the classroom. Time passes in silence. It's probably just 15 minutes or so, but it does feel longer. I turn the pages of my notebook. Hanako turns pages of her novel that she's reading. My pencil led splinters against the paper just when I was about to finish a paragraph. The sound of my irritated sigh and subsequent fumbling around for a sharpener felt like I was breaking the mood of the classroom. Hanako keeps her eyes firmly away from my direction, though. Before long, Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway.
Hanako!
Her name is all it takes to make Hanako jump from her desk and run to Lily. Oh my god, they're so cute. Look at them. Those are my babies. That's my wife and her girlfriend. Look at this is my wife and this is her girlfriend. Eee. Eee. They talk quietly for a moment, but it isn't long before Lily leaves down the hall and Hanako idles back into the classroom, taking her seat once again. I watch Hanako out of the corner of my eye out of sheer curiosity. At the end of that, the two would separate. For a couple of minutes, she does nothing but sit with her chin in her hand, staring at the desk dejectedly. The boredom evidently becomes too much for her though, her slender frame reaching into her bag to pull out another small book. Come to think of it, that isn't the one I saw her reading at the library. She must be quite a fast reader to get through them at this rate. Well then why would Lily just leave her to her own devices? It seems to be quite out of the ordinary, going by Hanako's reaction. That's right. I think Lily mentioned something about having to go to town today before Rin bumped into us. What happened to her face? She was burned. The thought of that walk makes me look outside. The bright sun and occasional people wandering around and enjoying the afternoon makes me yearn to get out for school, and at least to do something other than sit here. Giving into the worst vices, procrastination, I decide that history is a subject best studied on a Sunday, or maybe even on a Monday, or any other day other than this one. I give a grunt as I lever myself out of the seat, briefly debating with myself whether or not to hang out with Kenji. He doesn't strike me as a enjoying the nice weather outside with others kind of person, really. Well, maybe I'll catch up with him later. Changing tacts, I briefly entertain the idea of talking to Hanako, but by the time I look at her seat, it's vacant. She must have left for the library. There's got to be something to do to kill the time. I can go for a walk around town, or I can go to the library. Do I stalk Hanako? Actually, that might be really awkward because I didn't even address her existence. I spent like 40 minutes alone in a room with her without acknowledging her. But that seems like her thing. She's kind of into that. That's actually how she prefers to be treated. God. I wish I could get a girlfriend who loves when I ignore her. I'm the worst at texting back. Think we can be on the Hanako route from here? If I library? If I go to town, it's probably Lily again. I'll probably walk by Rin. I kind of want to go to town though. Again, we're not save scumming this time. Somebody say stop in chat. Say stop. Say stop. Say stop right now. Say stop. Say stop. Say it. Peen. Say when. Say when. We're going to town, baby. Following Hanako in the library seems a bit intrusive. There was a reason that she left the classroom after all. That aside, I do want to catch up with Lily, and at very least, I'd like to thank her for looking out for me, despite her other obviously taxing abilities, whatever, I know how to read. I guess I'll walk around town. With any luck, I should be able to find Lily. The exercise will do me some good as well. Walking through the school courtyard to the gate, I give a small nod to a couple of passing classmates, the gesture being returned in kind. Even from here, the shouts from the sports club members can be heard. From the sheer volume of the din, they like saying din, from the sheer volume of the din, the track must be packed right now. I remember what Lily said yesterday about dropping right in the middle of a busy time for the school. While I'm trying to get my bearings and catch up for studying that I've missed, everyone is doing normal school activities. The feeling of being a foreigner still hasn't dissipated. Well, at least not yet. Well, I guess not everything's so bad. It's a private school, and that much is easily noticed when walking around outside. Not only are the school grounds huge, but the buildings themselves are immaculate and quite divorced from the dime a dozen concrete blocks of a public school. There's also the fact that there's such a stronger feeling of community here, or at least a friendlier atmosphere. At my old school, it was generally accepted that people would keep to their own little cliques and be done with that. Eventually, I reached the gate and began my walk down the road and into town. Well, that was fairly productive. Having seen a fair portion of the town, I've even including the houses perched on the hills around the outskirts, I've decided to take a walk to the park before heading on back. Living in the city all my life, the total lack of smartly dressed businessmen and fashionably dressed girls strikes me as incredibly unusual. All that's to be seen are the elderly persons shuffling around along the sidewalk and sorted, busily chatting pairs of middle-aged women outside of the small storefronts. Walking along the road to the park quickly distracts me from them, though, making me realize that I perhaps pushed myself further than I should have done to see as much as I could. As my breath begins to wheeze and my chest tightens more and more, I give up on the prospect of soldiering on. After a quick glance around the park as I enter, I take a seat on a wobbly old bench, and I notice there's a couple near a couple of vending machines. For minutes on end, I sit with my head bent over, forcing myself to take deep breaths. I feel more and more like an old man than a teenager who should be in the prime of his life. The stay in the hospital, the surgery, and the medications are taking their toll on me. Eventually, my breathing returns to normal and the muscles in my chest loosen, not without the fair measure of relief. I guess this means the end of my little sojourn. Though, my little sojourn. What's with these fucking SAT words, man? Quadrangle. There should be an ending where the MC has a random heart attack. That's what I'm assuming happens because there's a lot of opportunities for me to push too hard. Also, hi Kuromaru. I'm trying to get the conspiracy guy ending. That would be funny. Sojourn. My little sojourn. There's a cafe in the far corner, so I'll stop to quench my thirst before heading back. Ding ding ding. The little bell above the door signals my arrival into the empty counter. For a few moments, I stand there waiting, my eyes every now and then drifting from one end of the counter to the other, searching for a service bell. Oh my god! She's got a special little outfit! There would be a no ending. I'm disabled, so I should be able to go to disabled school. I want to go to disabled school. Eventually a door some ways behind the counter opens, a person emerging from it, taking me by complete surprise. Yuko! Hi, I had no idea you worked here. Just got a part-time job. I really have no idea how to address her either, given that she's technically school staff as well, and apparently also a waitress? Excuse me, ma'am. This is school property. You have to leave. My interpretation of this after nearly dying and almost spending time in the hospital, Hisao thinks too much. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
She quickly paces up to the counter before flinging her upper half downwards in an overacted bow.
Welcome to the Shanghai. May I take your order?
Straight down to business, I see. I don't know. Well, some coffee, please.
Yes, certainly. I'll make that right away and I'll bring it out to you as soon as it's done.
Thanks. Yuko's formality takes me back. She seems to take her job very seriously. Yeah, she didn't stutter once. Obeying her instructions, I turn around and quickly glance around for a free table. Considering the cafe seems empty, it's a simple task to accomplish. I walk towards a table adjacent to the window, and I notice a flash of yellow from around the other table dividers. Sure enough. No more than a glance is needed to ascertain that it is a certain Sato at a table. No more than a glance is needed to ascertain that it is a certain Sato at the table. Fuck. Why are they doing this to me? That's sad.
Also, 4chaners using this level of like douchebaggy sentence structure is so funny to me. That's sad. I don't recognize the suited figure across the table from her. Blonde, fair skin, only a little shorter. He, maybe she. I think she must be a relative. Since the two are all but silent as the suited figure takes a swig from the cup of coffee, I decided to greet Lily. Some part of my coming here was in order to meet her after all. Hey, Lily.
Ah, Isao.
Yeah, nice seeing you again. The suited girl looks up, noting my uniform and relaxed smile. You know each other? Yeah, I guess. Well, that's a good approximation of our relationship as I can think of.
You care to take a seat?
She says this to the air beside me, but the message is clear enough that I take the seat beside her.
Well, I suppose some introductions are in order. Hisao, this is Akira Sato, my older sister. Akira, this is Hisao Nakai, another Yamaku student.
Looks like my guesses was correct. The newly introduced Akira gives a nod, which I return. What I don't return, however, is the almost analytical gaze she gives when she looks over to me. As she does so, Yuko walks up to the table and carefully places the coffee on the table before bowing and taking her leave. Gently bringing my hands to the side of the cup, I realize that it's just the right temperature to drink. After taking a sip, the flavor turns out to be just as good as the temperature. Yuko seems to be a lot better at this than being a librarian. I take a good long drink before relaxing into my seat. It takes a mere second for Akira's examination to come to an end. Apparently, becoming quickly bored with the activity, she turns back to her sister. So, how's school recently? It seems Akira is entirely unconcerned with someone she doesn't know at all listening to everything they have to say. I don't really mind though. Leaving them to their chatting, I sit back and continue drinking this pleasantly aromatic coffee. That's my drinking sound effects. Sounds like they're pretty busy for you, huh?
Yeah, at least I'm not cooking your meals after school anymore.
Well, as they talk, I slowly realize that I'm entirely unable to gauge Lily's emotions through her eyes, as I would any other person. It becomes slightly unsettling as I subconsciously focus on that fact. Whoa, so cold. Weren't you just cooking for yourself anyway? I only ever got leftovers. I really love how our older sister is shorter than her. That's really cute.
Well, that's not the point.
Are you managing to feed yourself at least? Well, I can cook without blowing myself up, you know. Mostly.
That's...
It's fine, it's fine. I need to learn sometime anyway.
Lily.
Everyone present is momentarily distracted by Yuko, who places a cup of tea on the table for Lily. Taking a moment to glance at her watch, Akira levers herself off of her seat and gives me a quick nod. Tomato. Well, I better be off. It was nice talking to you, Lily.
Akira, do you have to?
Lily looks genuinely mournful of her sister suddenly leaving. It does seem like she might have the wrong idea. Sorry, I gotta get back to work. They'll have my neck if I don't make it back quickly. So informal. Akira's trim and tidy appearance would have given anyone the wrong impression of her.
Oh, bye, Akira.
Oh, come on, don't look so down. I'll be around again soon, okay? See yas! With that, she waltzes out of the Shanghai with her head held high. Lily still looks pretty depressed, so I try to make small talk in an effort to take her mind off of it. She seems nice.
We used to live together, but now that I live at the school, we hardly see each other.
Despite Lily having quite an affable...
have been quite affable, I still don't know too much about her. In hindsight, it's surprising just how much she's extracted from me, really. You used to live together, huh? Was it somewhere around here? Well, it was pretty far south, so a trip into Yamaku is fairly long. With her working hours getting longer and Yamaku being so far away, there was little choice in the end but to move to the dormitories. Well, that explains the chatter about the cooking. Evidently regaining her composure, she livens back up, at least in part. Well, I take it you're better rested now? Sorry? You sound less exhausted than you did when you first came in. To be able to pick up on my breathing like that, she must have really good ears. Yeah, I ended up walking up all over town, despite only planning on taking a short walk down here. Reminded of my thirst from the walk, I lean forward to take another sip. Without further ado, Lily starts on her own cup of strong-smelling tea. I guess I'd better get back to Yamaku. There's only so long that I can stall studying for. I want to go get a good night's sleep before the festival. Standing from my seat, I take the coffee-stained cup from the table.
Oh, you're leaving.
Yeah, I gotta head back Don't you gotta head back as well? It's getting kinda late. For a moment she pauses before lifting her face over her teacup as if she was looking at me.
Yuko, can we have one more coffee, please? Yeah, I'll bring it up right away.
Oh, that's not subtle. She gives a short giggle at my frank assessment of her maneuver. It's surprisingly childish and carefree, given her otherwise collected appearance. In the end, though, I have little reason to refuse. To be honest, I can hardly say no, all things considered. Giving a manufactured sigh, I take a seat opposite of her. You want company, then? I'd say that it's more like I was wondering something. I see she's been in questioning mode again. She does seem to be unusually interested in me. Well, at least curious.
Do you have any siblings?
Not exactly the expected tangent. No, I'm an only child. To be honest, the idea of having someone that close to me makes me a bit envious.
Interesting.
I raise an eyebrow, which of course goes unseen. The short silence communicates the question well enough.
It's just that others have said the same things before. It's a difficult subject to try to think about objectively, given that I've always had someone like that.
I can mostly understand what Lily means, given that it would be hard to place oneself outside the situation they've been in their whole life. She and her sister must have been pretty close, taking pains to interrupt us as little as possible. Yuko dutifully comes over and places the cups on the table. Lily thanks her as I sit back, taking in the vexing girl in front of me. Despite always seeming to be on her guard and in control of herself when talking to others, well, she has almost a childlike curiosity about other people. Well, that said, those rare moments she seems to slightly lower her guard are the most insightful into how she thinks. Reaching forward for my drink, I realize something I probably should have noticed earlier. I think I'm starting to become kind of curious about her. Oh wait, I only have top chat on. I don't see live chat. I don't know. Great time to join. Come on. Come on. Hi, Zadior. I didn't even have live chat on. Oopsies. Let me refresh real quick. One day I'm gonna get everything and I never have to interrupt stream ever. But then I'll lose the charm. You know? Part of the fun about indie VTubers is just the scuff. Despite making good pace, it's already nightfall by the time I reach the large iron gates in front of the school. While it's nice to have time to wander around in the virtue of living right next to the school, I can't help but get the feeling that very few students actually take the opportunity. Compared to the number of students I see milling around on campus during the free time, it's startlingly rare to see anyone around the town. Given the large number of accommodations and facilities at the school that it offers, many of them might simply just not see the point of venturing outside, let alone people such as Hanako or Kenji. It makes me wonder if students like Shizune, Misha, and Lily are the exception for this school, rather than the norm. As I wander back to my dorm, I continue to compare my old school to Yamako. As I do so, I begin to be surprised that I managed to even get used to everything that's been happening to me. Bedtime. Me. The next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already? Sleeping late is fine since it's a Sunday and there's no classes. Not just a Sunday though, it's the festival as well. From my window I can already see people at the soba booth slinging noodles and onto plates for people with a craving for low quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how I should spend my day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, and I don't really consider those ominous as others, so I'm not really worried about them, so I should probably be fine. There's no urgent obligation regarding education, so I should be free to spend the day at the festival all I like. I save when I leave. I save when I'm done. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I notice to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he's got any plans, since everyone else seems to be doing something. Then again, I can picturing him having built a soundproof shelter in his room, or possibly some sort of fort, complete with the "No Girls Allowed" sign. That and the girls are crossed out, and it says nobody, and it's crudely scrawled underneath. Yeah. Knocking on his door, which luckily was devoid of any sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up, but only a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's really not that early. What is it, man? Nothing. I was just gonna ask what you were gonna do today. Half of the school is already out there. Out where? Why? What? What? Is today special or something? Why is they there? Who are? Why is they there? I can hear them, it's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks even more alarmed. What day is it, man? Well, I guess you can't really see the big wooden booths outside and the people selling stuff and... What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. Well, it's the festival. You know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Ah, damn. Ah, damn. Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is going to be a very bad day. Oh, it's good you told me this, man. Oh, it's gonna be a bad day. Why? Oh, man. They're gonna be everywhere, man. The people outside my window. Socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's gonna be loud as hell, damn. And I was gonna go out today, and now it's gonna be ruined. Everything is ruined. Well, that's awful. This is awful. This sucks. This fucking sucks. What the hell, man? This really sucks. Oh, I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaked out. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Oh, that's what today was. Aw, damn. I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now here it is, and I can't do anything. I should have. Oh, you should have told me earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Oh, imagine what I could have accomplished.
I'm sorry, man. I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? The weather's even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. But it's not, though. And then there's no reason to just stay inside. You should just come check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands.
Oh, no! No! I can't do that! They'll eat me alive out there, you know it!
This has to be a joke. But he said it with such a straight face. I mean, relatively straight.
What are you gonna do, huh? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty hungry, so I thought I might first go check out some of the food stalls and attractions. Your class project seems pretty cool, and I gave a hand with it, so I want to at least see it and give a chat with Lily, I guess. Speaking of that, don't you have any obligations for that project?
Are you out of your mind? That blind broad is up to no good. I can feel it in my spleen, man. Her presence is like a dark shadow in the way in my great vision. As expected of blind people.
What? Besides, I thought you were also, He holds up his hand to interrupt me.
Only legally. Metaphorically, I can see farther than any man has ever seen.
Kenji looks stoically into the metaphorical distance to emphasize his statement, thrusting his chin forward to look even manlier. Actually, it's just the corridor wall 2 meters away, but that's all the same.
I can see into the future of mankind, and it's a dark one, unless the threat of women is stifled.
Yeah. Send them to the void.
They are everywhere.
He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course.
I'm gonna have to find some place to hide, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out myself so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for it. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival.
Okay.
Later, dude.
The door slowly closes to a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said to me. After buying a plastic plate of takoyaki from the stall that belongs to the class next to ours, I take a seat in the school's garden and watch the people as I tentatively nibble away at a rather bland-tasting item. I guess I shouldn't complain. It's better than nothing, and it didn't cost that much. As I look towards the school, watching people coming and going proves a surprisingly entertaining way of passing the time as I eat. Little children accompanied by parents or grandparents scamper in. They always use the word din. Okay, we need a din counter because we're on din like 7 for this episode. The little children accompanied by their parents or their grandparents scampering about in the din from event to event, one hand dragging their company and the other bearing oversized and colorful snacks. I can't help but notice the age range amongst the people were skewed towards the elderly, something that I'd noticed too when walking around town. It must have been one of those towns where the only people left are the ones who lived here their whole lives and ardently refused to leave, and those wanting to live out the rest of their days in one of the increasingly few tranquil places left. I guess that always goes with a way to explain how conservative Yamaku's school culture seems to be. Not that I mind one bit. I kind of like how calm Yamaku and its surroundings are. The heat, though, that's another matter. Sitting in one place for too long has focused my mind on how annoyingly humid it's getting. Now that the hottest part of the day is here, I'd better be off and, whoa. The sound of the Carillion bells, Carillion
Carillon bells takes me completely by surprise as I stand up, and a reaction shared by a few other people strolling around as well. A PA system crackles to life after the tolling bell ends. Its age shows the principal making a barely intelligible announcement over officially opening the festival, and that's very much in full swing already. It's quite amusing to contrast the pleasant smiles of the older folks against the alternatively pained and bored grimaces of the younger charges. Wait, I missed the line. Shit. I must know. Where is it? Wait. The students, on the other hand, seem to pay little heed. Okay, that's what it does. I missed it. I needed to see. Nevertheless, as the address finally ends, all are united in a polite, if not overly enthusiastic applause, and everyone clapped! And then gets back to business. Slipping a hand in my pocket as I look as relaxed as possible, I casually glance around for something to do. It's somewhat difficult to see very far with the people around. I decide to fall back on tried and trusted rule. Go where everyone else seems to be gathering. Right now that's the school courtyard and the surroundings. Throwing the used plate into the trash can, I make my way towards the school building. Seeing the number of stalls around the perimeter of the school surprises me. Quite a few of the classes must have opted into doing multiple stalls. In deciding which to visit first, I catch sight of a familiar banner with a blue pattern border and red text. Lily's stall is as good a place to start as any. I'm curious as to how it's going, after all the work she and her class had done the day before. Stepping up to it, I decide to see why the class took so long organizing everything. It's nice! Look at that! Look at how nice that is. It's huge. Easily twice as wide as many of the other stalls, and the equipment for cooking strewn everywhere. It's closer to an outdoor restaurant than a festival event. As a student in front of me takes a bowl of noodles and leaves, I walk up to the counter. The girl behind it seems quite exasperated and asks me to wait a moment before she disappears underneath the counter. Seizing the moment, I take a quick glance around. Steam seems to be rising from everywhere as pots and pans simmer away. The most blind of the students are unpacking ingredients while being helped by someone else, probably the teacher of 3-2. It doesn't take long to notice Lily among them, talking to the teacher as she quickly counts out the boxes and the packets with her fingers. From her expression, the fact that she both and the teacher seemed to be in a state of mild confusion, it appears that there had been some sort of problem in the coordination. Before I stare any longer, the girl behind the counter pops up again, only to look back and ask where the spare change box is. Lily pauses for a moment before she and the girl switches places and the counter, and the teacher quickly walks off somewhere.
Sorry about that. We're having a few problems. What would you like?
Takes me a second to remember what I'd come here for. My eyes quickly dart from side to side to read the menu sitting on the counter. I guess, miso soup?
Oh, is that Hisao?
Yeah, it looks like you guys are pretty busy. Her face is all but confirms, then she drops her waitress facade. Somewhere along the line, our orders got mixed up. We're trying to fix it now, but it looks like we only have half of what we needed. Wouldn't serving smaller portions cover over the problem? It seems like that's what we have to do. Though I wish we didn't. The fact that a good half of our class is gone doesn't help either. I glanced behind her to see how many people were actually operating this stall. Couldn't be over 8. I take it that's why your teacher left? That's right. She's going to try to round up a few more classmates to help. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind me, I stealthily glance backwards to see an elderly couple placing in line. I guess I'd better stop loitering around and chatting. Well, there's the money for the soup.
Soup! Oh yeah! Right, coming right up.
Lily turns around for a bowl of miso soup and hands it over. I hand over the money for it. Taking the coins into her palm, I can't help but notice how efficiently she counts them with her long, pale fingers. Eventually, satisfied I have handed over the correct change, she puts it into the small metal tray. It isn't long before the soup is made and carefully handed to her, after which she turns and subsequently passes it to me. Thank you. I'll come back and drop off the bowl. Thank you, Hisao. Oh, there's one other thing. Have you seen Hanako? Hanako? No, not today. Why? She gives a small sigh of abject disappointment. Well, it's okay. I was just wondering how she was doing for the festival. You'll come back when you're done, then? Yeah, sure. I'll keep an eye out for Hanako, too. Thank you, Hisao. I walk off from the stall and find a seat, carefully creating the steaming wooden bowl with both hands. Compared to the dumplings from before, this is quite nice. A little cool compared to what it probably should be, perhaps, but the flavor is enough to cover that reasonably well. As I drink, I can't help but feel kind of guilty for not being involved with the festival like the others. It can't really be helped considering I was dropped into the school about a week ago, but it still weighs heavily on my mind. That and the fact that few students don't really seem to be enjoying the festival as much as the visitors. Eventually, I finish my bowl and leave for the stall to drop it off. Considering that there seems to be no line, I take my time walking up. It seems the teacher's mission has paid off and there are now over a dozen students helping, and much of the unpacking has been done. Despite most of them seeming quite unrelaxed as they work, Lily still appears to be somewhat stressed. Right. I know what I'll do. Even if it's just one person, I'll make the festival more enjoyable for her. As I place the bowl on the counter, I call out to Lily.
Oh, Hisao, you brought it back?
Yeah, right here. I slide the bowl into her hands and she takes it over to someone who apparently is on cleaning duty. Considering that I didn't see them before, it's probably a penalty for their tardiness. Hey Lily? She perks up and returns to the counter when she hears my voice again, realizing that I'm still here. You wanna go see some more of the festival? Stop using the word see with her! It doesn't work! It's actually quite rude to imply she can see. I'm gonna cancel you on Twitter, Hisao. That's ableist. You can't say see to her. Little break. Don't forget to drink water. It's time to drink water. Okay. You want to go see some more of the festival? She puffs her cheeks disapprovingly. Kind of looks cute. In complete contradiction to her usually reserved nature. It takes a few seconds for me to get why she's got an issue. Whoops. Yeah, you said see. I mean, I didn't mean to, Lily giggles at me, exposing her teasing me for what it is. You're still not used to this school, are you? She's got me. Still, I still think I need to stay at her stall. It's taken until just now to even get everything unpacked. I guess she's reluctant, and shouldn't overly surprise me considering how much work she's put into this. Everything seems to be running fine now, though. Besides, you got extra help on hand, right? A boy in the middle of cooking some soba noodles turns towards us, grinning. Go on, Lils. You've earned yourself a break. We can hold down the fort for now. Oh, I guess if it's okay. If you say so, then I suppose so. But if you need any help, yeah, we'll call you. Go on, we'll be fine. Lily finally gives up her resistance as he waves a spatula at her. She feels her way around the back of the stall and picks up her cane on the way. I guess the first thing we should do is look for Hanako. Lily does seem kind of worried about her, and I doubt she'll be the kind of person to enjoy milling around in a crowd like this all alone. So, I guess we should search for Hanako. Where to first? Both of us were quiet for a moment to think. Maybe she's in her dorm room? I doubt it. She doesn't really keep too many things in there, so she doesn't really have anything to do. Ah, the library. A good place to search as any. For an avid reader, I suppose. Ah, the library it is. Let's check there first, then. Aside from the muffled sounds from the crowd seeping in from the outside, the inside of the school seems pretty deserted. In order to make sure everyone had enough room, I guess all the events were organized to be held outside, on the school grounds. They're definitely quite large by any other school standards. Well, it's nice and quiet in here, isn't it? Yeah, much nicer than the hustle and bustle outside. We take our time and slowly walk up to the first floor of the school and eventually reach the stairs to the second floor. I can't help but notice Lily anticipates every door and obstacle with her cane remaining still and her hands skating along the hallway rail. You know the school pretty well, don't you? She smiles and nods straight ahead. Well, I've been here for a few years now, so I know where everything is. The dorms still trip me up though, sometimes. I haven't really been there as long, and they're not as well laid out as the main building. If I'm remembering right, they used to be unused buildings before being renovated and used as dormitories. That explains why the male and female dormitories look different from the outside, and why their rooms seem kind of unusual for sleeping quarters. I assumed she'd been living in the dormitory since she'd began attending the school, but now I'm reminded of what she said to me yesterday. Ah, that's right, you mentioned before. I assumed that most of the students here lived in the dormitories once they've enrolled. A lot of them seem to anyway. Lily's expression becomes somewhat harder to read, my question evidently touching on a delicate point. Well, how should I say? Everyone here has their reasons. Something tells me that one of those reasons is Hanako, hence her tiptoeing around the answer. My prediction is yet another such case. Blech. I guess it's a choice for everyone here who would have to make for themselves, or in my instance, have made for them. It can't be helped, I suppose. At least Yamaku itself seems like a nice place. It's good to hear you say that. I thought you were coming to dislike it. Well, what about you? My reversal of Lily's statement takes her by surprise. Oh, well, I've been here for a while, so... Well, it's not that. You seem pretty depressed about Akira. Oh. What's with the look? Akira's taken. Sorry, so... Lily never sees how fast my palm meets my face at her sly accusation. Hey, I was worried about you. That's no way to respond to concern. She gives me an amused grin. Around the corner of the hallway, and we enter the library. As we do so, it isn't hard to spot Hanako, considering that the room is completely devoid of anyone else. Given that there's no staff around, I guess there's no need to heed the usual library rules as I call her out. Hey, Hanako! Hanako is here? As she hears our voices, Hanako's head flicks up from behind the book, probably the same one she's been reading on Friday.
Hisao! Lily?
I just thought we'd drop by. Lily just managed to escape the noodle stall with a little help. Well, it wasn't really an escape. Hanako gives a small giggle, briefly surprising us both.
I just thought about that. Lily might not be enjoying the festival.
Well, now we can all go enjoy it together. The two nod happily before we set down out of the library and towards the festivities. Oh my god, me and my wife and her girlfriend, yay! I hand over some change to the girl behind the counter and take 2 styrofoam cups of tea. I try to accentuate my bow a bit to cover the fact that she is quite obviously deaf. I'm gonna bow a little louder in case you can't hear it. Come to think of it, I probably should have asked for help instead of leaving those 2 in the garden while I bought the drinks. I tried to juggle the 2 cups of hot tea for them and a can of coffee for myself out of a vending machine. It isn't exactly easy. Just put the can in your pocket, you weirdo. With some careful maneuvering, though, I managed to keep everything stable and upright as I walked over to the bench where Lily and Hanako have been sitting and chatting. It's actually quite a nice place. Lit by the moonlight, it's tucked away some distance from the main events. Compared to how hot it's been during the day, this spot is pleasantly cool by now. Not that it matters much. Most of the visitors have moved away that are either closer to the fireworks or higher on the hill in order to view the display apparently I planned.
Welcome back, Hisao.
Her ears are good. I'm not exactly close. Even Hanako hadn't noticed me yet. Here you go. Sorry it's instant, but that's all they really had left by now. Hanako gingerly takes the cup from my right hand, and I gently place the other into Lily's outstretched hands.
Did you enjoy the festival then, Hisao?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. An honest answer. Much of the food had been somewhat subpar, but it was a lot of fun in the end, especially with Hanako and Lily. In fact, I think those two might have enjoyed themselves even more than I did. With both Lily and me around, much of Hanako's withdrawn nature around others died down enough for her to enjoy herself. It looked like her head exploded. My heart skipped a beat. I was like, Hanako, no! Oh my god! the alignment of a red firework behind her head as she disappeared. I was like, no! My wife! They shot my wife! Kenji was right. They're snipers. Everybody get down. Oh my god. Oh. Like I jumped a little. I was like, why would they do that? Oh my god. Wow, guys. Check it out. Fireworks. Ooh. Ah. Oh, 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 ooh. Ah, I like the yellow ones with the purple tips. I had my hair dyed like that before. As we sat drinking, the whistle of the first fireworks ringing out before it exploded into the vibrant shower of blue against the night sky, heralding the beginning of the end for the festival. Enthusiastic shouts can be heard from the crowd scattered around the school grounds, celebrating them. For minutes on end, Hanako and I watched the fireworks overhead as Lily blissfully listened to them with her eyes shut. Red, green, yellow, star-shaped, circular and patterned, and all manners of shapes and colors filled the air one after the other, dancing across the sky. One place near where I lived put on such a lavish display. Festivals like this were a thing of the past in such a metropolitan area. To be seeing such a sight with these two, it's probably the happiest I've been in a long while.
So, that's it. The festival's finally ending.
Yeah. She gives a delicate and wistful sigh.
As much as I might complain about all the stuff we had to do,
it's still sad that we'll be graduating before the next Yamaku festival. I walk forwards to stand beside Lily, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, we still have Tanabata later this year, right?
You're right.
It would be nice to go there when it comes. Minutes of silence pass while the blasts of the fireworks are only to be heard. Seeing these two reminds me of those words of advice Lily gave me as we were walking to town together.
Cherish the opportunity to make new friends.
Huh. Hey, Lily. She turns her head slightly to show that she's listening. Hanako's gaze firmly fixed on the technicolor fireworks bursting overhead. You mind if I join you two for tea every now and again? A smile on her face is more than enough to see her answer.
It would be a pleasure, Hisao.
Ah! Oh, we get animation!
Tea time!
Oh, look at her! She's princess. Are these the animations Mikey Nell did for this? It looks like his art style. Oh my god, we're walking arm in arm. Is she my girlfriend now? Or is this because she's blind?
She's like fully hugging my arm. Ah! I got the blind girl, guys! Whoa, she looks all mature. Is this her summer clothes? Is this the summer she graduates? She goes away. Or no, she sees their future. She sees graduating without me and she's sad. What? Act 2. The past. I finished Lily's Act 1. I guess we're on Lily's path. Can we diverge? Or is this just how it is? He knocked these out of the park. They were so cool, yeah. I haven't played this in years, though. And it's cool because I'm like... I don't know, he's still going. And I ended up in a proximity. I'm almost certain he knows I exist. I used to watch his shit when I was younger. I wake to the annoying din of my alarm clock. Its bright red numerals lighting up my face. The same alarm clock that I had at home. One few remaining artifacts from my days before coming to Yamaku. I hoped that using it would help me ease my transition into a new life. No such luck, though. Groggily dragging myself out of bed, I wipe out the sleep out of my eyes and reach over to my desk. I take a couple of bottles of medication strewn across it and swallow a few pills dry. By now, the process is starting to become automatic, something I should be glad for, given their purpose. Feeling much more awake than before, I wander into the bathroom. The shower warms up and my mind begins to wander on the new daily routine that begins once again. The bright colors of the fireworks fill my mind as do the two girls whomst I spent the time watching them with. It feels strange to be moved so much by the people I know so little about. Then again, I suppose these aren't normal circumstances. At least I have someone to talk to now, aside from my schoolmate next door. What, Kenji not good enough for you anymore? With the time left before school beginning today's waning, with the time left before school begins today waning, I begin to get ready for class. Fuck! Walking through the door into the classroom, I notice that I'm still somewhat early. I see about 5 or 6 students milling around, most of them looking as if they'd rather still be in bed. It's at times like this that I appreciate being a morning person. That being said, 2 students in particular just seem as perky as always. Hi Shizune, I'm Misha. Suddenly realized that my greeting would have been lost in the former, so I quickly follow it up with a wave. She doesn't seem overly bothered. Or interested, for that matter. Yeah, she hates me now because I talked to Lily. Ooh! The girls are fighting!
Hello, Hee-chan. Are you feeling well?
I could only assume her greeting comes from Shizune. It's hard to tell if she's speaking as herself or as Shizune sometimes. Better than most everyone else, I guess. You two seem bright and chipper. Misha signs back to Shizune as I say it, eliciting a somewhat terse answer. If her sharp and rapid arms movement were any indication, considering that these two made such a big deal out of the festival preparations, I probably should have chosen my words a little more carefully.
Well, since you're a new student, we've been cutting you some slack. Please don't expect this kind of task dodging to be allowed in the future.
Misha looks as though she's about to add her own comment, but quickly goes back into interpreting as Shizune continues, unabated.
Well, your contribution to Class 3-2 stall is appreciated.
Huh. Word sure got around quickly. That or these two have their fingers on the pulse of the whole school.
We would have preferred your efforts be focused on the task at hand, namely your own class.
As much as I'd hate to admit it, they do have a point. Before I could respond, though, Shizune adds something more, which draws a smile from Misha.
Huh. Did you enjoy the festival, then?
Oh, lecture over, I guess. Yeah, it was good. Did you two enjoy it? Shizune gave a short nod as Misha grins and bounces her head up and down. The contrast side by side is very amusing. Like that.
Out of the corner of my eye, I notice more students starting to trickle into the classroom. A quick glance at my watch confirms that we are a few minutes late. I look over to Hanako's seat and realize that she's already there and contentedly reading a book. It makes me wonder just how long she's been there without me even noticing. The heavy footsteps coming up the hallway signaling Moto's arrival. Our idle talking comes to an end and I take my seat next to Misha. As the door slides open, he strides through with a ponderous gait. His posture is even worse than usual and his eyes are barely staying open. I guess my quip to Lily and Hanako about the staff was misplaced. Everyone opens their books as he reaches into his desk, and the first class of a new week begins.
Ooh, I gotta adjust.
I rub my eyes as the lunch bell rings out, glad for the temporary reprieve from my work. I'm entirely unsurprised when I look over to the door and see Lily standing there, cane in hand, waiting patiently for Hanako. Considering her acceptance of my request to join them yesterday, I decide to spend my lunchtime with them, rather than eating alone. Hanako moves surprisingly fast to meet her companion, and the two enter the hallway before I could even catch up. Lily's head turns slightly, registering the sound of footsteps behind her as Hanako notices and follows her lead. She almost jumps in surprise.
Hisao! Oh, hello, Hisao?
Sorry if I startled you. Lily turns to greet me, helped in orientation by Hanako. Good afternoon, Hisao.
Are you joining us?
Well, if it's no trouble. There's not much else to do, really. Lily gives a small nod as if to silently brush away any idea that I would be troubling them in the least. We descended one set of stairs and walked down to the hallway to the usual room, our pace somewhat quicker than usual thanks to Lily using Hanako for direction, rather than her cane in the railings. As expected, it's deserted, and the sound of other clubs can only barely be heard as the sunlight streams into the room from the outside. Looking around the room, I notice a couple of empty easels propped up against the wall, and I didn't think they were there before. The art club room must be using this as an extra storage.
Should I get the chess set up?
Hanako's voice seems a little less tense when she's directly addressing Lily.
Yeah, and I'll make some tea as you sort the pieces.
I could do that for you if you like. She ponders the offer for a moment before smiling, confirming that I've made the right choice. Her face is remarkably easy to read.
Well, very well.
Thank you. She slides her retracted cane into the handle of her bag and sets it against one of the table legs before taking a seat opposite Hanako. As I prepared tea for the three of us, I could hear the small wooden pieces being set on the board. I wonder how good Lily is at chess given her circumstances. By the time I place the steaming cups onto the table, Lily and Hanako have already moved their first pieces as they nibble on sandwiches and rice balls from their respective bags. I note that the chessboard they're using has holes in the middle of each square, some of the pegs on the bottom of the pieces, and each dark square is slightly raised. Watching Lily's fingers skate over the board, tracing out the positions of the pieces, is making me marvel a little at the simple ingenuity of the design. It must be specifically made for blind players. Here you go. Hanako gives a small nod as I put down the cup next to her side of the board. Lily's hand ventures sideways slightly as I gently place the cup, touching the tips of her fingers, a gesture she seems to appreciate. I finally take a seat and silently sip my tea as the two play. In contrast to their appearance while playing, it's interesting to watch. Hanako looks closely at the board, her face one of focused concentration. Lily, on the other hand, keeps her head level and maintains her calm neutrality. Lily's gentle voice addresses both of us as she continues to play.
How was class, now that the festival is over?
I look at Hanako to see whether or not she wants to answer first, but she's doing the same. Not great. Half the class seemed to be dozing off, even including the teacher, not to mention the test on top of all of that. Ugh. Hanako quietly adds her own agreement with this. I could imagine it being kind of difficult for you being a transfer student. Yeah, well, I think I did fine. Other than the shock of the test coming so early, science is probably my best subject. How'd you do, Hanako?
Me? Okay, I guess.
Hanako's too sincere to be able to pull off lying very well, that much is obvious. Lily's smile slips very slightly from her reaction. Hanako mustn't have been skilled enough at academics to do very well without any preparation. How did your class handle it, Lily?
Oh, well, it went surprisingly well. Only one student was absent, which was better than what the teacher expected.
With that topic all run dry, the two concentrated on their chess game once again. I can't say I ever really liked the idea of a chess as a spectator sport, but given its unique nature, for once I'm wrapped in watching the game unfold. As time wears on, both of them demonstrate decent skill at playing the game. Having captured 2 more pawns than Hanako, Lily has the upper hand, but only slightly. Until Hanako makes a strange move with her queen. Seizing up the lapse in judgment, Lily takes the piece with her knight. Without hesitation, Hanako moves the pawn to take Lily's rook on the opposite side of the board and promotes it to queen. Lily's face falters as her fingers move all over the pieces as she realizes that she just fell into Hanako's trap. It's a little distracting to have the board traced out after each move, even if it's out of necessity. Judging by Hanako's lack of reaction, she must be used to this. She and Lily must have played at least a few games of chess against each other after all.
Check.
Well, that's not bad at all. Nice, Hanako. The compliment causes her to flower into a surprised blush.
Thank you. I didn't think it would work.
I look over at Lily and her fingers are just having finished tracing out the positions of her remaining pieces in an attempt to extricate her king from this bind.
Oh, well, I think this might be checkmate.
Take another look at the board to confirm. Surely, her king has nowhere to escape to without being threatened by another piece. My earlier question as of which of them is better at this has just been answered. So it is. Lily gives a small sigh as Hanako smiles. From their reaction, this seems like a fairly usual result. So, how long have you two been playing?
Since I was young.
Lily nods at Hanako's brief answer.
Hanako taught me how to play soon after I met her. I beat her every now and then, but it's just rarity. I don't seem to have the right mindset for it.
If Lily came to Yamaku and at the start of high school and met Hanako when she moved into the dorms, that means she's only been playing for about 1 year. After seeing Hanako's level of play, I'm not too surprised Lily has trouble beating her.
But, she's better at languages than I am, so,
Lily gives an appreciative, if slightly amused, smile at Hanako's quick reversal of her compliment.
Well, that's how it is.
Much to everyone's surprise, the bell suddenly rings, heralding the end of the lunch break.
That game lasted a lot longer than I thought it did.
Same. I guess we better get back to class. Hanako's already in the middle of packing up, so I take Lily's bag and offer it to her. To my surprise, she takes it and nods, and then places it back down on the table.
Isao, may I make a request?
Sure. Go ahead. Would you mind if I were to quickly, feel your face? Huh? What? No. Go ahead. I don't mind. The question takes me severely off guard, but once I regain my composure, it seems sensible enough. So far, Lily has no idea what I actually look like, and this could be her only way to find out. I have my Agarthan queen! She took me in and she made me breakfast. Lily raised her right hand, which I take in mine and guide her to my face before letting go. The room is entirely silent as Lily moves her hand around my facial features, from my chin to my cheeks and everywhere else. I expected this to feel more disquieting than it does. I supposed it's because the action is entirely a matter of practicality, being functionally no different to simply looking at someone's face. Her hand's soft, but what it takes me by surprise is the length of her fingers, not to mention how sure even the slightest of her movements are. I have no doubt that her level of tactile feeling would be far beyond mine. Her hands briefly notice my hair before retreating. I'm sure that every inch of my face is now committed to her memory. Well, it's only now, too, that I realize that Hanako has been silently watching me this entire time. Thank you for letting me do that, Hisao. And, if I might add, I think you're quite handsome. I blush a little at the remark before raising my questioning brow. But if you can't see, how? Well, just because I can't see doesn't mean I don't have my own preferences. We better go now. Yeah, good point. I guess we'll, see you later then, Lily. Walking through the hallways back to our classrooms, I notice Hanako seems quieter than before, but also more comfortable. Lily, her hand on Hanako's shoulder, seems to pick up on her assured pace as well, smiling as they walk. If I could spend the rest of my time at Yamaku like this, I don't think it would be so bad. All that's needed for the joy are small exchanges of happiness after all. As I reach my desk and set my bag beside it, I realize something, or rather, my stomach does. I was so busy with those two, I'd forgot to buy lunch. I mean, Kenji owes you some money. Maybe he can give you some pizza. You think Kenji still has pizza? Saturday, my second most favorite day of the week. It's almost entirely due to the fact that it's the day that the second least amount of school, with classes ending at the beginning of lunch. I open my door confidently, myself being more than confident of being able to get the enjoyment out of the fine weather and the shorter class length. We're doing confidently 7,000 times. I confidently stride down the hallway and down the stairs to the lobby of the male dorms. I confidently look behind me to see his footsteps are approaching. I lose my confidence in this enjoyable day. Hey man, what's up? Not much, I guess. I was just looking forward to my afternoon. You? He wraps his arm around me, my slumped shoulders, far too comfortably. Something's up. Let's take a step outside, shall we? I was just about to, before you stopped me. Oh my god, the mural's done. He doesn't take my reaction to his theatrics well. Ignoring him, I walk outside and start down the steps. He doesn't take too long for him to catch up to me again. I wonder if he wants money or to rant about some other conspiracy, or maybe both. Well, I got a bone to pick with you. Huh? It's about that blonde. You know who I'm talking about. Oh shit, I'm friends with the enemy. Conspiracy it is. Well, for a moment I contemplated feigning ignorance, but I realized this will go a lot quicker if I just let him get it all out. Mural's done and we didn't check on Rin at all. I know I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole! We gotta play it where it lands, though. I don't know, if you guys really like this game, I could try doing other paths, but I'd probably skip dialogue I've already read. Lily? The one from your class? You're on a first name basis with her? He looks positively shocked at this development. Did he not expect me to be able to answer? He gathers himself and coughs into his fist, dramatically, just like everything else he does. Well, never mind that. Well, I'm here to warn you, man. You know, man to man. Warn me about what, Lily? Yeah, you don't know her, man. Well, that's mostly true. I only known her and Hanako for less than 2 weeks. Even then, we've just been exchanging banal. Banal. Banal? Is that what it is? Banal? Like banal? Is that what it is? Exchanging banal chatter about school as we while away at lunch. Who talks like this? Who the fuck talks like this? And even then, we've just been exchanging banal chatter about the school as we while away at our lunch. I'm pretty sure you don't either. That's not the point. You're the one spending inordinate amounts of time with her. It's distressing to me that someone like Kenji, who's probably as far out of the loop as one could possibly get, knows so much trivial facts about who I choose to befriend. But then again, I'm a transfer student, and she's not only a representative of their class, but also a tall blonde. Maybe I should appreciate this ranting as a warning that the rumor mill exists in this school, and that I'm firmly within it. I mean, it's just lunch, nothing special. Look, man, under the bridge. You see this bridge? You're under it. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do to get intel. I just want to make sure you don't end up too far under that bridge. You get what I'm saying? You're losing me, Kenji. Oh, that's okay. A lot of people get lost, and that's why I'm here to help. Just be careful around her, huh? She looks harmless on the outside, but I've heard shit. Bad shit. You know the student council, right? He seems involuntarily shuddered that he said those words. Putting him and Shizune together in a room would be an amusing mental exercise. I wonder if they've ever met. Yeah, Shizune and Mishu are in my class. I mean, I seem to have dodged the draft, though. Good man. Good man. But this blonde? Huh. You know, she was there. In the student council, right? Damn. Right down there. I see. And? Well, she's not there now. Seriously, though, think about it. Something must have gone down. I stopped walking for a moment, give the idea a little bit more thought than I probably should. It would explain the fight the two had, at least in part. Wait, no, not really. Even leaving the student council wouldn't be such a catalyst. In the end, it doesn't really explain much at all, other than the fact that the feud goes back some days. I guess you got a point. I'm not seeing how that really affects me, though. Okay, well, now field this one. Lily's a foreigner, obviously. Oh my god, he's racist too? How do I get the Kenji ending? Obviously. Now, what nationality is she? I opened my mouth to give an answer, but I realized that I have none. In fact, I've given the matter very little thought. Given that she has no accent and acts perfectly Japanese, I suppose I never really seemed important. Now that he mentions it, though, I'm rather curious. You need to fuck up with the girls and get Kenji ending. That would suit this channel so well, dude. You're telling me the tall Aryan woman isn't Japanese? What is this bullshit you're trying to sell me? I want my Japanese two-dimensional Aryan waifu to bring me to Agartha on the wings of a white horse. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe English? She likes tea? This dialogue's so funny sometimes. I probably shouldn't resort to stereotypes, but that's the only lead that I have. You're not thinking, man. Luckily, you got me here to think for you. Oh, he's such a bro. I love this guy. British, ain't it? Gee, thanks. He brushes off the quip effortlessly. Now, answer me this. Who has a lot of social power, is filthy stinking rich? You know, all blondes are rich, right? It's a long history of disputes and used to belong to a larger organization? The Roman Catholic Church? Well, okay, there's also that, but There's also the mafia, you know? Come on, rich, foreign. There's no way she doesn't have connections to the mob.
I have reasons to doubt the logic of his deductions, but he shows no sign of stopping.
So you do know where I think she's from, huh?
Italy?
Mainland Italy is small time, you know. She has to be from Sicily. All those mafioso types come from Sicily.
Wait,
no, Russia. Damn, this could be bad. The mafia are serious businessmen, but in ex-KGB, they're everywhere. Paramilitaries, hardcore smuggling, and...
Wait, just stop. Slow down a second. What point are you trying to get to here?
You don't know what you'll do, man. I won't get in your way. Agents don't operate like this, but I just want you to be careful. When the time comes, we need to all the help we can get. I don't want to lose you, comrade.
Well, at least he's concerned for me? Kind of? I wave goodbye to him as we separate out into our respective classes, but I'm not sure that he sees the gesture. He went to class today. That's a dub. Piling my books into my bags, I catch a glimpse of the library books I borrowed last week. I might as well return them, considering that they only took 2 days to finish. I briefly considered inviting Hanako along to the library, but she's already gone. It'll probably be better for my studying if I'm alone anyway. I take a quick stretch and wave to a couple of classmates who give the same to me and make my way out of the classroom. As I open my bag and shove my books through the return slot on the front counter, I notice a strange person behind the desk, old and graying. She must be Yuko's replacement if she's off working at the cafe. I begin to look at the free table, a task made difficult considering that despite there being not many students in here, they all seem to be sitting on their own tables. Noticing a familiar head of hair, I head over to the Braille section. It's hard to tell whether Lily's concentrating hard or not, her placid expression holding perfectly still as her fingers slide across the dot-filled pages of her book. Hey, mind if I sit here? Oh, no problem at all. She trails off, evidently still focused in her own business at hand.
Iso.
She gives a nod of greeting as I sit opposite of her at the table and pluck a chemistry textbook out of my bag, quickly thumbing to the chapter we were covering in class. For a while, we sit there and read, each other in our own way. Seeing her reminds me of what Kenji said this morning, though. The fact that I have never seen someone read Braille before has kept throwing glances at her.
Lily, are you in the mafia? Are you from Sicily? Sicily?
That can't be a coincidence. Your name's Lily. I kind of feel guilty about it, given that she has no way to realize that I'm doing so. So I decide to just ask her about it. Her lineage isn't exactly state secret after all. And there is another thing that I've just noticed from her movements. Hey Lily, you mind if I ask you a question?
Well, not at all. Is anything wrong?
Well, I was just wondering. You're at least part foreign, right? She gives a small giggle before settling down her book. Well, I've always been amused how some people are so squeamish about that. Akira mentioned how much she looked and I looked different from most others before. The details are complicated, but I am half Japanese, half Scottish. Scottish? Scottish? Well, that's not exactly my first guess. It takes some effort to not blurt out loud. I try to conjure images of my mind. I think as far as the UK goes, Scotland isn't that bad to live in, but I'm not really sure. My first guess is of England. It was surprisingly close, at least geographically. That does leave another question, though. Why don't you have an accent? Well, that's where the details begin. I was born and raised in Japan despite my mother being foreign. Well, I get it. Hold on. If she moved to the dorms simply due to Akira working longer hours, so then they don't live near the school? She gives a small sigh as if she was expecting me to not go any deeper.
Was her previous frankness just a front? Not exactly. It's been a long time since we've actually met up. I feel like I'm not getting the whole story, but I don't really want to unduly prying into her situation. Her about face shows she feels kind of awkward about it. So, you don't speak much English? To be honest, I don't understand much about Scotland, but I at least know that that's their main language over there. It takes her a moment to collect herself, appreciating the change of topic. That's right. My family mostly used Japanese around the house when I was young. I mean, they made sure Akira and I knew our Scottish side as well, though. I'm fluent in the language, but I'm also studying it in school to keep my skills up, to have the qualifications on paper mainly. So you're bilingual. That's pretty impressive. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Having parents who could speak the language is a large advantage, but English books and Braille are too hard to buy or import, with Yuko's help at least. There are relatively high demands for local English teachers here anyway, which also helps me give some motivation to learn it well. Demands for an English teacher, For a moment I wonder why she brought this up. You're planning on being an English teacher? She gives an enthusiastic nod. It must be nice to have such a definite future in mind. I never really given much thought to mine. Kind of envious. What's wrong? Well, it's just, I could see you as a teacher pretty easily. It suits you. For a moment she's speechless, but she lowers her face a little to let out a nervous giggle. Something I've never seen her do before. With Lily's role as the class representative and her dependable nature, teaching does seem to fit in her line of work for her personality. I'm sorry, that was probably a little much. It is true, though. Waving her hand in front of her face dismissively, she quietly and quickly recovers. Bangers, get out of my way. Well, it's not that. It's just that only one other person have ever said that to me before. A short and somewhat awkward silence follows the discussion. Without knowing it, I ended up steering into a troublesome topic again. I would try to cheer her up a little. It was me who went and got her all brooding after all. You want to go grab some lunch at the cafeteria after this? It might perk her up a bit, or at least take her mind off the apparently complicated family situation. Going by her smile, it seems to have the intended effect. I appreciate the thought, but the food there is, quite a quick redirection of the conversation. She does have a point, though. Maybe to the Shanghai? We could ask Hanako if she wants to come as well. What is it? Well, I almost forgot. You reminded me. Hanako's birthday is coming up soon. I was going to go shopping in the city for her present tomorrow. If that's an invitation, I'd be glad to accompany you. The ability to get more used to the layout of the city would probably be a good thing. I've barely set foot in there, so I'd be hopelessly lost by myself. She gives me a nod, signaling that she happily approves for the plan on Sunday. We eventually go back to our books, though before I begin reading again, I steal one last glance at her. Maybe I've been thinking on my situation too much. After all, everybody here would have their own unique circumstances, right? The chance to get outside to clear my head will probably do me good. Yay! I think that's a good place to stop it. It's going to take about another hour. It's about an hour and a half to an hour a day. We did about 4 days, I believe. So we're going to stop it right here. We're going to save. We're going to do a new save state so I have somewhere to go back to that's at least a divergent path. Yeah. So we got a divergence. If you guys do like me reading this story, I don't mind trying for other people's routes. It just wasn't my intention. I was just gonna do like a one and done thing, but you know, you guys seem to be fans of it. It's not like I like you or anything, I just want you guys to enjoy our time together. I'm gonna turn this off, these cars are like ridiculously loud. Get out of here. Anyway, I'm in my tank. Okay, now that I'm going offline though, drop me out of my tank, put me back in the sewers.
is where I truly belong. Basua! Thank you for coming. I had a lot of fun. I'll see you tomorrow if I have the energy. It's still really rainy, so we'll see how it goes. I'll see you later today if you're bored. I'm gonna go take a little nap. I should eat. I didn't eat. I'm gonna go eat and take a little nap. Okay? A no worry dog to all my homies out in internet land. Bop, bop, mwah, peace.